sequence.
Hey, how's it going? Good to see all of you out there. My name is Erin Paula. My last name is Thompson. Everybody calls me APT, and I'm the executive director here at the Poe Museum in Richmond. Welcome to the Poe Museum Birthday Bash. We're very excited. We are celebrating Mr. Poe's 212th birthday this year. We are celebrating Poe at home this year, though. It's a little different. So we are bringing you free content and paid tours featuring Poe at home, and we're bringing Poe to you at home. And so we hope you enjoy this. I want to say hi to folks who are joining us from the Poe Richmond Facebook and YouTube live feeds. I also want to say hello to folks who are following us on the Poe Baltimore YouTube and Facebook live feeds. Albemarle Charlottesville Historical Society. Hello, Facebook friends. And then Richmond Public Libraries, following us on YouTube, and Moon Directions, which is a great friend of the library of the museum, is also live. So wherever you're joining us from, thank you so much for being here today. So we do have free content today until 4 o'clock. We also have virtual tours. So if you want to party a little harder, you can go to Eventbrite and look for Poe Museum Birthday Bash, and we have paid virtual tours through the end of today. I think the last one's at 5 o'clock. So a couple other things we're doing to celebrate Mr. Poe. Monday is Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service, and we are partnering with the In Richmond Foundation to do a cemetery cleanup at East End and Evergreen cemeteries. It's a very important piece of African American history here in the Richmond area, and we are very excited to partner with In Richmond to do a cleanup and help restore this really important property. Mr. Poe's actual birthday is Tuesday, January 19th, and so we are hosting a Toast to Poe. And for this particular program, we'll be on Facebook Live and YouTube Live, and we're partnering with Triple Crossing Brewery here in Richmond. We will have a beer tasting as well as a reading. So the reading will be done by Dean Knight, our programs coordinator here at the museum. He's reading The Mask of the Red Death. And if you haven't read that or heard it, it's extremely timely. And Triple Crossing is going to be doing a tasting. If you're in the Richmond area, you can order the Poe Museum pack of beer, and they will deliver it to you on the 18th. So check out the Triple Crossing Brewery page. A portion of the proceeds for each of those do benefit the Poe Museum, so thank you in advance for buying some beers and joining us. Even if you don't have beers, pour your own beverage of choice and join us 7 o'clock Tuesday night, Facebook and YouTube Live. So the other thing we have, I am modeling today the Birthday Bash t-shirt. Since we have you celebrating Poe at home, you can go online and order lounge pants. What could be better than Poe Museum lounge pants? So check out our online store, which is poemuseum.org/museum-store. Lots of great stuff. You can also get your Poe birthday mask as well. Don't forget the merchandise. Join us for more partying. Thank you for being here today. Now, I'm very pleased to introduce our MC, Master of Ceremonies for today, Mr. Harry Kolatz. Harry is a novelist who's written Carlisle Montgomery. It's a great read if you haven't checked it out yet. He's also a local journalist and historian and a great friend of the museum. Excellent. He is going to take over for today until 4 o'clock. I'll see you then. I'm sure you will have a great time following us here. Enjoy. Harry, did you want to say hello?
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the 212th Poe Birthday Bash. And I will be your host through this virtual and actual extravaganza devoted to Mr. Edgar Allan Poe.
Excellent. We're going to launch right into a PSA. Hope you guys will join us. Don't forget, if you put stuff in chat, we can see it and respond. And if you want to catch one of those paid virtual tours, their tickets are still on sale on Eventbrite. Just search for Poe Museum Birthday Bash. Thanks, folks. Have a great afternoon.
We'll see you soon. All right. Greetings, everyone. My name is Harry Colatz Jr., and I will be your host for the 212th Edgar Allan Poe Birthday Bash right here from the room filled with curious and forgotten lore and under the watchful gaze of he himself. I wanted to share with you a bit of an insight from another Richmond author whom you may or may not have ever heard of, James Branch Cabell. He was a nearly lifelong resident. He was born, lived here, and did most of his productive life here. He wrote 52 books, of which only 1 or 2 are probably read now because of academic interest. Jurgen, a pawnbroker's wife, is kidnapped by the devil, and much hilarity results. But toward the end of his life, he began to reminisce and write memoirs and history. And this book is called Let Me Lie. It was published in 1947. And this section concerns Thomas Ritchie, who was the editor for many years of the Richmond Inquirer. And in this section called Mr. Ritchie's Richmond, he talks about the North American tour of Charles Dickens, who came to Richmond in 1843. But Poe wasn't here then. He had by then moved on to Philadelphia because, well, circumstances kind of forced him to do so. And like an indie musician, Poe went up and down the East Coast following the music and the work. So in Philadelphia, he not only once but twice meets Charles Dickens. And what exactly, well, I will let Mr. Cabell explain what or what did not happen in his own way. And I think Mr. Cabell may be undergoing some projection here. I'll be reading sections of this as we go along. Mr. Dickens had granted a pair of interviews to another all but negligible young man of letters who for some 5 years earlier had left Richmond rather than starve in Richmond. And just what, at the United States Hotel upon Chestnut Street in Philadelphia, Mr. E.A. Poe then remarked as to Richmond stays beyond guessing. In one mood, he would have described the city as a ghoulish latrine, which was kept malodorous by its clientele's hourly discharges of scoundrelism, of vainglory, of stupidity, of scandal, of mutual envy, and of humbug. In another mood, Richmond would have loomed more handsomely as an Eden, the main part of which, along with large portions of the adjoining city of Manchester, happened to be Mr. Poe's ancestral estate, to which, by and by, he must be returning as a matter of noblesse oblige, so as to resume his leadership of the Haute Tonne. His special mood throughout these 2 interviews has remained, regrettably, a detail unjotted down by history's scatterbrained muse. Clio records merely, through a proper feminine preoccupation with the sartorial, that during the second of these private audiences, Mr. Dickens sported a new necktie, somewhat piercingly green, which was held knotted by a necessarily extra-large diamond ring, and that he wore also under an orange-colored dressing gown quilted with violet facings, a red velvet waistcoat, which was adorned with 2 watch chains and bare half-dozen or so of Mr. Dickens' fine cameo watch fobs, scarcely a pound's weight at all, thus clad. A benignant monarch of English letters admitted that he had glanced through, but yes, to be sure, through tales of the grotesque and arabesque, which of considerable interest. He was properly grateful to Mr. Doe for the gift of both volumes, and he believed that one might perhaps arrange to have the book published in England if Mr. Lowe really thought about the arrangement to be desirable. It seemed only fair, of course, to point out to Mr. Rowe that in the present literary market, a book by an unknown author, and especially a book of short stories, however, Mr. Dickens would very gladly look into the matter immediately upon his return to England. He became more hearty. His demeanor implied that he meant to run straight away from the ship of dock to the offices of Chapman and Holt, and brandishing both volumes. Now that Mr. Dickens arose halfway from out of his armchair, he coughed and he looked at his watch and Mr. Dickens in his manner got rid of the gaunt, sallow-skinned, fidgeting, abject, and yet boastful poor devil who, in threadbare but heavily brushed clothes, and wearing obviously remended rusty gloves, was now wasting yet more of Mr. Dickens's time with some rigmarole or another about the Virginian city of Richmond. It follows that Clio does not record anywhere what Mr. Poe said to Mr. Dickens as to the Richmond, which had declined to honor the genius of Edgar Allan Poe, and in which Mr. Thomas Ritchie ranked as an approved cultural mentor. So that's Mr. Cabell warming up on the Poe Dickens meeting and sort of getting into what he thinks Poe may have regarded Richmond as being the kind of place that he felt most at home. Ultimately, he would write to a friend that if you wanted to reach him, simply write a letter to E.A. Poe, Richmond, and it would find him no matter where he was in the world. I might recommend that if you want to try that. Let's see if any letters get here. So where are we for time? I don't have I could go on with another.
Go ahead and introduce the curator's book. Excellent.
All right, so we're going to go to the curator's crypt with Chris Sempner, which focuses on Richmond and Poe and the haunts around our fair city. So we now enter the curator's crypt.
My soul shall find itself alone, mid dark thoughts of the gray tombstone. Not one of all the crowd to pry into thine hour of secrecy. Be silent in that solitude, which is not loneliness, for then the spirits of the dead who stood in life before thee are again in death around thee, and their will shall overshadow thee. Be still. Who'd you expect? Edgar Allan Poe? No, it's just me, Chris, at the Poe Museum. And I'd like to tell you about this staircase. It was salvaged from one of Edgar Allan Poe's boyhood homes right here in Richmond. He would have walked these treads many times during his childhood. It's just one of the buildings in which Poe lived or worked that have been incorporated into the Poe Museum complex. So that's why for tonight's curator's crypt, we're going to revisit some of Poe's favorite haunts and see what became of them. Welcome to the Poe Museum's Curator's Crypt. Well, I've gotten a couple requests to do a Curator's Crypt about some of the houses where Poe grew up here in Richmond. And people often ask me, where did Poe live? Where was Poe's home in Richmond? And he lived in at least 9 different places during the 13 years that he resided in the city. And they're all gone. Every single one of them has been demolished. But the good news for you is that the Poe Foundation saved a lot of the pieces from various buildings and incorporated them into the museum complex. So I'm going to try to profile for you some of the different pieces that we have from Poe's homes in Richmond. Poe first came to Richmond about 1810 with his mother. He was a year old. His mother was a traveling actress named Eliza Poe. Her husband had already abandoned her. He was out of the picture by now. And it was in Richmond in 1811 that Poe's mother died of tuberculosis. While Poe's mother was ill, her acting troupe advertised in the paper they needed the Humane Hearts of Richmond to step forward and care for this struggling actress. And among the people who responded was Frances Valentine Allen. She was no relation to Poe at all, but she cared enough to take in the little Edgar when he was a month short of his 3rd birthday, and she reared him as if he were her own child. In fact, she had no other children. She doted on little Edgar. And the Allens at the time were living in a place about 13th and Main Street, which has also been demolished. Poe stayed there until he was about 6 years old. Then the Allens went to Scotland, then to England, came back when Poe was 11 years old, and took up residence with John Allen's business partner, Charles Ellis, at the corner of 2nd and Franklin Street. Today, this is a site of the Richmond Public Library. Now, I don't have any pieces of this particular building, but we do have Poe's boyhood bed. Poe probably used it while he was living in the house. After he outgrew it, Charles Ellis's daughter used it. It was passed down through the Ellis family until it came to the Poe Museum. Across the street from the Ellis house was Charles Ellis's huge walled garden. It's a place the teenage Poe used to like to sneak away to see his girlfriends, and where he courted Elmira Royster, his first fiancée. During the 1840s and 50s, a row of houses was built over most of this site. Those houses remain as the Linden Row Inn, and a little bit of the garden still survives, But from this particular garden, they saved some of the granite that was in the paving stones. The Poe Museum also managed to save a latch from the garden gate. After Allen was able to move out of the Ellis house, they lived in a couple more houses, but spent the longest time at a place at the corner of 14th Street and Tobacco Alley. Now, Tobacco Alley doesn't exist anymore, so you're not going to find it on today's maps. It was about halfway between Main and Franklin Street, near the Virginia State Capitol. The house survived long enough that it was photographed, so we do have documentation of it. We have insurance records of it, and we also know that Allen owned the building next to it as well. So there was some confusion about which house Allen lived in and which house Allen rented to other people. So some scholars came on the side of it being one house, others came on the side of being the one in the middle in this photo here. So the Poe Foundation, when they heard that this house in the middle, which they thought was the house where Poe grew up, was about to be demolished, they asked the owners to send any pieces they could down the street to the Poe Museum. And that's where you'll find a specially built building constructed out of these pieces. It's called the Elizabeth Arnold Poe Memorial Building after Poe's mother. The staircases survived intact. That was built into it. There's mantels, woodwork, door frames. We even have the mantle from the bedroom that's said to have been Poe's bedroom. Now, after leaving this house, the Allens really moved up in the world. Mr. Allen had inherited a fortune from his uncle. He was able to get a nice, huge mansion on the outskirts of Richmond called Moldavia. The first owners were Molly and David Randolph, so they just stuck their names together. And this house lasted until 1890, so there are photographs of it. It's well documented. And John Allen's second wife lived there until the 1880s when she died. And after her death, her executor auctioned off all the stuff from the house. So that's how the Poe Museum was able to get paintings and china and glassware and furniture. And some of it we have on display in a corner of the old stone house. But there's even more furniture that we keep in storage, and we can rotate these pieces in and out of display when we change the exhibits. And also from this house, we have a gilded wall sconce that was taken off the wall. When Poe left Moldavia, it didn't go well. He was 18 years old. He stormed out of the house after a violent fight with Mr. Allen and said, "I want to go somewhere in this world where I'll be treated not as you have treated me." And he set off on a journey to become a famous poet. Almost immediately failed. He published his first book, but couldn't pay for it. It wasn't even distributed. He enlisted in the U.S. Army. And he never fully reconciled with Mr. Allen. And while he was gone, Mrs. Allen died. The last time that Poe visited Moldavia was after the death of Mrs. Allen. John Allen had remarried, had 3 sons by the second wife, and Allen was on his deathbed. Poe showed up unannounced, and the second Mrs. Allen wouldn't let him into the house. Said, "He's not seeing anybody, you can't go." And Poe forced his way past her, stormed up the stairs to see Mr. Allen one last time, and Allen shook his cane at him and said, "I don't want to see you, get out, never come back." And not long after that, Mr. Allen died. He left Poe out of the will, even though he made provisions for illegitimate children he'd never even seen before. In his will, he says that, well, this lady says they're mine, so they deserve something. But there's no mention of the boy he reared from the time Poe was 3 years old. When Poe returned to Richmond the following year, he lived at a boarding house on Franklin Street. Then he moved to a boarding house on Bank Street, right in front of the Virginia State Capitol, run by Mrs. Yarrington. And it was in this house that Poe's wedding ceremony took place. So there's great descriptions of the ceremony taking place right there. Mrs. Yarrington and Poe's mother-in-law helped make the wedding cake. And from there, they went on their honeymoon to Petersburg. We don't have any photographs of this house, but we do have a drawing that's based on descriptions of it. And we know from insurance records where it stood. And the good news is, even though this was also demolished, the Poe Foundation was able to get some of the granite and bring it down here to use as benches in the Poe Museum's garden. When Poe returned to Richmond next, it was the summer of 1848, and he stayed at various hotels. He was a regular visitor to his sister's house, Duncan Lodge, where she lived with her foster family, the Mackenzies. This would have been on the far outskirts of the city, way out in the country. And once again, this house was demolished about the turn of the century. So you can't see the house, but if you do travel out West Broad Street, the cross streets are named Mackenzie and Lodge, as a reminder of the house that used to be there. From Duncan Lodge, we do have several pieces of furniture. We have silver, teacups, glassware, whiskey bottles. But we also have these cool little plaster heads that were taken from the crown molding before the house was demolished, and they were passed down through the Mackenzie family until they came here to the Poe Museum. Poe's last visit to Richmond was in the summer of 1849, and he stayed for a while at the Swan Tavern near 8th and Broad Street. This building has also been demolished about 1900, and now it's the site of the Library of Virginia. We don't have any pieces of this particular house, but we do have the deed from 1836. So if we were to travel back in time to 1836, we'd own the Swan Tavern. He also spent time again at Duncan Lodge and then at the Madison House on East Main Street. But he died shortly after he left Richmond, so those are the last places he stayed while he was in town. In addition to saving pieces from the places Poe lived, we also have some pieces from the places he worked. His first job right out of college was at the Ellis and Allen firm, owned by Mr. Allen. Poe hated it there. He was a horrible employee. He was working in the counting house, and they found his poetry written on the backs of ledger sheets. So apparently he was just goofing off writing poetry while he was supposed to be working. This building stood on 15th Street, and the Poe Foundation was able to save some bricks from it and incorporate those into our garden. But the place where Poe began his career in journalism, where he published his first horror story, his only play, the first installments of his only novel, and where he first made his national reputation. This was at the corner of Main and 15th Street at the Southern Literary Messenger. The building survived until modern times. But then about 1916, the city decided they wanted to widen 15th Street, and the building was going to have to go. In 1921, the founders of the museum salvaged bricks, granite, and lumber from the Southern Literary Messenger office to build this Edgar Allan Poe shrine, to hardscape the museum's enchanted garden, and to build 11 bookcases for the Poe Museum's reference library. Well, thanks for joining us this week. I hope you'll be able to come to Richmond soon, see the Poe Museum, and follow in Poe's footsteps for yourself. Until then, please consider making a contribution at poemuseum.org/support to help us illuminate Poe for everyone evermore.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'm Harry Kolatz Jr. Welcome back to the Library of Curious and Forgotten and Lore, nearly forgotten, except we're here and we remember, and that's why we are here. By the way, I wanted to simply emphasize that sometimes the handshake technology between the 19th and the 21st centuries are rather difficult, and so our previous difficulties have been resolved. We promise you that. Now, by the way, Chris, wonderful. It is intriguing and infuriating at the same time. 9 places that Poe lived while in Richmond, none of which survived. But here we are, and we remember the writer well. Now, I want to introduce to you 2 individuals who are certainly helping to shine the light on Mr. Poe and keep the memory of his work and life alive. That is Thad and Susan Cheknowski. They have 2 Emmy Awards for their work. Poe Movies is dedicated to creating accurate film renditions, and that's important in this business, of Poe's classic short stories and poems, as well as other works of classical literature, beginning with The Cask of Amontillado and The Raven. They are now on the hunt for funding to produce The Telltale Heart. So we begin with The Raven. All right, well then, speak unto us, saying what it is you wish to say.
Okay, so we're going to play it later, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So I think Harry just kind of said everything that we would say. So we're about to play is The Raven, which was our second rendition of Poe film. We just essentially took the poem literally. There's one line we switched for practical purposes. We'll see if anyone can pick out which line was switched. It looks like it's about ready to start, so we'll resume after it plays. And we'll continue this. Is that right? We're going to play it?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Well, then, without further ado, here is The Raven.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door.
'Tis some visitor tapping at my chamber door. Only this and nothing more.
Ah, distinctly I remember. It was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore. For the rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels named Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating,
'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. Some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more.
Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer.
Sir,
said I.
or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore. But the fact is I was napping, and So gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door. I scarce was sure I heard you.
Here, I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortals ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word.
Lenore.
This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word. Lenore. Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping, something louder than before.
Surely,
Said I.
Surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see, then, what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. The wind and nothing more.
Open here I flung the shutter. When, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then the ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore.
Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou,
I said,
art sure no craven. Ghastly, grim, and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's plutonium shore.
Quoth the raven, nevermore. Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculpted bust above his chamber door, with such a name as nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on that placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if its soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered.
Other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before.
Then the bird said, nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken,
Doubtless,
said I,
what it utters is its only stock and store, got from some unhappy master whom unmerciful disaster followed fast, and followed faster till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope, that melancholy burden, bore of nevermore.
But the raven still beguiling all my sad soul into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking, fancy unto fancy thinking, what this ominous bird of yore what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking,
Nevermore.
This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloating o'er she shall press. Ah, nevermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim, whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor.
Wretch!
I cried.
Thy God hath lent thee. By these angels he hath sent thee respite. Respite, and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff. Quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore.
Quoth the raven, nevermore.
Prophet,
Said I,
thing of evil. Prophet still. If bird or devil, were the tempter sent, or were the tempest tossed to thee ashore, desolate, yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted. Tell me, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore.
quoth the raven, nevermore.
Prophet,
Said I,
thing of evil. Prophet still. If bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden within the distant Aden, it shall clasp the sainted maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore.
quoth the raven, nevermore.
Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend!
I shrieked upstarting.
Get thee back into the tempest and the night's plutonium shore! Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy fate from out my heart, and take thy form from out my door!
Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul, from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor, shall be lifted nevermore.
Bravo. That was exquisite.
Thank you, guys.
And scary. I have one quick question for you. The sketch that you was making, is that a stuffed Doré print?
That is the Doré print. And there's actually in the credits, there's about 3 or 4 of them that are kind of quietly in the background. Yeah, I don't think he draws that good, but yeah. And the hand in there was actually my hand when you see the close up.
That was your hand.
I don't draw that good either. So yeah.
Well, and kudos to you both for creating this work, which, I mean, most of us, when we first become familiar with this poem, maybe in middle school, and we're just reciting the poem, we're not thinking about it. Yeah. You had to really concentrate on the visual aspect of it, of the symbolism, of the visual aspects of it. And I think you really triumphed in that regard. I just was wondering, about the space itself, where you were, was that a studio space you constructed, or did you find an old house, or
no, that was,
how did that work?
That was Andrew Mellon's house. So for those not from Pittsburgh, most people have heard of Andrew Mellon, but in case you haven't, he was one of the wealthiest people in the world. Gigantic house. His home, I should say homes, because there's a lot of them on that property, are now Chatham University. So they were kind enough to let us use that. The room that we were in was actually his living room. And it's now an office. So we had to clear everything out and bring all that stuff in and light it. It doesn't really look like that now, but the walls are there, the fireplaces are there. And once you bring in Victorian stuff and light it, then it looks like a horror movie. So that's where that was. But it was a great location. Great location. Yeah.
Was that his Palace Athena, or was that your Palace Athena?
It was. I'm sorry, you cut out. What did you just say?
I said, was that your Palace Athena, or was that Mr. Mellon's Palace Athena?
That is my Palace Athena. I still own it. It's actually in Baltimore right now, so they are. It's on loan, but that was I got that on eBay, and it's semi-fragile. It already broke once.
Wait, you got Palace Athena via eBay?
That was where we had to get it. We looked everywhere. We had one made of plaster.
Right.
And then what we did was we got the raven, and it was too small for the raven. Because you had about a 2-week training period for the raven. So
don't you hate that when your Palace Athena is too large for the raven? Don't you?
It is. It happens all the time, right?
I hate it when that happens.
So the plaster, I don't even remember what I did with the plaster. I think I gave one away, and I think because we got 2, because plaster, can shatter in a million pieces pretty easy. So we got 2 made, but they just weren't the right size. So then I found that one on eBay, and that's like I don't even know what it's made of. It's some kind of composite material, but it looks really cool, and it's really heavy. You definitely wouldn't want to drop it on yourself because it'll hurt. But work great.
One of the cardinal rules of show business: you worked with an animal. There are no children.
Believe it or not, that was very.
Who's the Raven Wrangler? I just like saying Raven.
Yeah, well, I think that is his title. It was Wild World of Animals, and the Wild World of Animals is the name of the company. Yeah. They're local here, and is a guy named Grant Kimmerer III, and
he's famous,
that particular bird, the Grog was his name. He was on the Today Show. He's traveled around. Very, very cool working with the raven. I changed my opinion because it was weird being there. It was more like having your uncle's upbeat golden retriever around. Like he had so much person. Like he was clowning around. He would steal stuff. Like my friend on the set, he would land on his head and bite his ear and fly away. And he just kept teasing him like that. And then the trainer said that he kind of liked him, and he was just kind of teasing him just to play with him. But his ear wound up bleeding because he just kept biting him and jumping away.
That was very middle school with him. If he hits you in the arm, he likes you, right? If he
Yeah,
bites you,
and like, you couldn't have food. Like he would, if you had a candy bar in your pocket, he would grab it out of your pocket. So we were like, we couldn't have it because it would distract him from. But he was very. I mean, I thought it was going to be really bad, like hard, and it wasn't. It actually was one of the smoothest parts of the shoot. We were only in there for about 3 hours, and he nailed it every time. He did exactly what he was supposed to do every single time. He made a mess. He'd fly around the room. He'd just pull books off of shelves. He'd put like hay in places, and just, they would feed him meat. So he would do whatever they wanted for meat. So.
Right. Well, as most of us will. Plenty of us.
Sure.
Except for vegan. I don't know if there are any vegan.
Right. Yeah.
Right. The translating the imagery or translating the poetic language into imagery.
Mm-hmm.
Were you storyboarding all of this? Did you have ideas that you was like, that won't work? And did it all come at once, or was it a constant revision up until the shoot?
Well, that was what was particularly challenging, was the geography. Where does he stand? Where does he look? Because you kind of know the undertones, But the biggest inspiration for that was the Simpsons Raven. So we essentially wanted to do a serious version of that. So that's how we arrived at that. So we just literally just storyboarded it, made a little. It's like you make a comic book, and then we just based it off of that. We also did a little trial run with just my phone in my house and the producer and one of the other writers, and we just kind of walked through what it would be and just made sure it would work, and it did. So I think we'll probably take one more question, and then I think we need to introduce the next guest.
One from the interweb that you want to take?
Sure.
Yeah.
Is there one?
I don't know.
I don't see one, but I didn't know if you had another question. I think we're getting teed up.
I'm going to ask you one more question.
Okay.
This is a depiction basically of a man going crazy. He's in grief, utter grief, because of his lost Lenore.
Yeah.
When you're a performer, what was the preparation for that? I mean, how you had to go through stages, because if you hit it big at the start, then you have nowhere to go. So you as directors creating this character, what was your thought of trying to represent this decline of this person going through a torment?
Yeah. So essentially, David Bielwitz was the actor, really good actor. So what him and I did for a couple of weeks is we would meet regularly and discuss pivot points. When does it get really big and dramatic? What emotion is he experiencing here? What emotion is he experiencing there? We were very aware of the fact that this is depression, and that this he probably had an alcohol problem. So in preparation, David, being a very method actor, he was very strongly buzzed. So he was drinking on the set to put himself into the mood. That was his process.
That's just between you and us. And
yeah, well, it's not now. So he completely respected that, and he did fantastic. And I could not have asked for a better actor to do this. He was incredible. So that being said, I think I'm getting my second note to to introduce the next guest. So we're gonna tee them off, if that's all right. So thank you very much, appreciated. So we're going to introduce Natalie and Adam from the Richmond Public Library, and they are about to do a performance that is very dear to our hearts. It is a rendition of The Telltale Heart with a female narrator. The reason it's a special place in our heart is because we want to do that for our film. So as a prerequisite to that, we're going to introduce the two of them, and it's going to be a great show. So please listen and enjoy.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you. Been a while since we've been back at the library.
You doing okay? You're kind of looking a little off, maybe a little unhinged.
True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous. I had been and am. But why will you say that I'm mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story.
Okay.
It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold, I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with like a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man and thus rid myself of the eye for him. Now this is the point, and you fancy me mad. I can see it. Madmen know nothing, but you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went about the work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening, so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights. Every night, just at midnight, but I found the eye always closed, so it was impossible to do the work. For it's not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, inquiring how he passed the night. So you see how he would have been a very profound old man indeed, to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Well, upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. Watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly as if startled. Now, you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened through fear of robbers, and so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily. I had my head in, and I was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour, I didn't move a muscle, and in the meantime, I didn't hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently, I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was a groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh no. It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. You know. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise when he turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He'd been saying to himself, it is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It's only a mouse crossing the floor. It's merely a cricket which has made a single chirp. Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with those suppositions, but he found it all in vain. All in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with this black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. Well, when I'd waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a simple dim ray, like the thread of a spider, shot from out the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue with a hideous veil over it that chilled to the very marrow of my bones, but I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now I say there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage, you know. But even yet, I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder. I say louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I'm nervous, so I am. And now at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful sounds of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still, but the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him, then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and I examined the corpse. Yes, stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. The eye would trouble me no more. If still you think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs, and then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatsoever. I had been too worried for that. A tub had caught it all. Ha. Yeah. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men who introduced themselves, with perfect suavity, as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office. And they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long, I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct, and I talked freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt, I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I rose and argued about trifles in a high key with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. I rose and argued about trifles. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose overall and continually increased. It grew louder, and still the men shouted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, they heard. They suspected, they knew, and they were making a mockery of my horror. This I think, that anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. Felt I must scream or die. And now again, hark, louder. Villains, I shrieked. Dissemble no more. I meant the deed. Tear up the planks. Here is the beating of the hideous heart. So how's your quarantine been going, Adam? Well, I hope you enjoyed this reading of The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe, which was published in 1843, and I think it is perfect for this time of quarantine, cabin fever, and Zoom. I'm Natalie Draper, and my accomplice here is Adam Zimmerly. I know your name. And we're librarians with the Richmond Public Library. I was super excited when the Poe Museum reached out to ask if I could participate in this series of video readings. How could I say no? Besides the fact that I have been a huge fan of Poe since the 4th grade when I read this story for the first time, I will do just about anything for you in a coffee mug. So thanks for watching, and be sure to visit the Poe Museum website for more readings.
All right, that was fantastic, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, that was great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I do miss the beard, Adam.
Yeah, no, it was it's funny. I can kind of mark my time through the quarantine and through the pandemic. First it was the beard, and now it's this. So
Yeah,
those little markers.
you got something going on there. But it was great reading. So just out of curiosity, was there any purpose to having Natalie read the part of the villain versus Adam, or did it just kind of didn't think about it too much?
I wanted to read that. Yeah. When I was approached about putting this together, trying to think of what would be like the Poe reading that I would do, it was like it had to be this one. I've always enjoyed it so much, but there really isn't anything in the story that tells you one way or the other if the narrator is a man or a woman. So there's really, why not, And
Sure. Yeah.
Who wouldn't want to be the unhinged confessor, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And one of the things that we talked about before we recorded, when Natalie came to me and said that she was gonna be doing this, we talked a little bit about quarantine psychosis, right? So we did this. We did this.
all can relate.
What was that?
We all can relate. Yeah.
Exactly. And so this was sort of early summer when we did this. So we'd all been in shutdown for a while. We were all getting pretty squirrely. And you're right. There's nothing in the text that says that the narrator of this story has any specific, if they're male, if they're female. So the idea was, we can all relate. We can all relate to this sort of sense of going mad, especially right now. It was up for grabs, I guess.
Mhm.
Yeah, it seemed to translate very well to a time when we might all kind of maybe just a little bit want to kill our roommate when we were shut in the house together.
Yeah. Well, not you, of course.
Never.
But yeah.
Oh no.
But, yeah. So it was. Season just brought up. What if the police had come 3 days later? The smell might have really been a stronger indicator of what was going on. So I guess it would have been not so fortunate, right? Because she lost her mind. So. So was that the first story you read as a kid? Did I hear you say that?
This was my introduction to Poe. Yeah, I think it must have been like third or fourth grade, and I was pretty much hooked from there. Yeah.
That's interesting, fourth grade though, because I think most of us hit Poe, and I read my first Poe in seventh grade, so that's pretty cool that you started that early, giving you a lot of time to think about it. Think about that. It's interesting you did Telltale too, because what I've been seeing resurface a lot is the Mask of the Red Death during this time too. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting that a lot of places are bringing that back up, but I'm glad that you did Telltale, because I also believe that that's equally appropriate. There's a lot of stories where people were losing their minds, but those two are probably, I would think we all could relate to them a little bit, at this point. Yeah. It's interesting how he's just current. Even this far gone, we're in a pandemic, and you can read Poe, and this is why he's so amazing. Is you can still relate to the stories; they're so universal.
Yeah, I was thinking that while we were watching your movie, that the sense of grief and loss. I think about the revenge. That sort of deep burning revenge in the Casket of Amontillado.
Sure.
These are all such human emotions.
Yeah.
Even the idea of that neighbor that has that one thing that's just driving you nuts. This is a bit of an extreme case. But still it's something that any reader, any age, can kind of tap into some of those emotions, and coordinate it with something that's going on in their own life, or something that they've thought and felt.
Mm-hmm. I always think sometimes that the difference between someone like the narrator and the Telltale Heart would be they act on it and we don't. We've all had thoughts like that, and you just dismiss it, like road rage kind of things, and then you let it go. So with that being said, I'm getting a cue to wrap this up. But I just wanted to thank Natalie and Adam, and thank the library. You guys were fantastic. This was very entertaining for us to watch. I'm sure everyone else watching felt the same way. And I hope to hear from you guys very, very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you to the Poe Museum also for putting this up, and everyone involved, all the tech people, and the whole shebang. Thank you guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Well, thank you, Thad and Season, Natalie and Adam, for bringing us these unique perspectives on the work of Edgar Allan Poe. And most of us are introduced to it. We see it in school. We're forced to read it. Some of us fall in love with the work. But it's not necessarily understood or explained that Poe was the son of actors. And he was quite proud of that, at one point stating that he was as happy to be of that ancestry as he would have been of being a duke or an earl. And he was a frequent presenter of his work, conducting live readings, and apparently was quite riveting in his portrayal of the various characters in the poems that he was reading. Now, one of the places in Richmond that is associated with Poe is something of a miraculous survivor. That is the linked townhouses known as Linden Row on Franklin Street in downtown Richmond, right across the street from the public library, where Natalie and Adam were delivering the Telltale Heart from. And the entire row was preserved, except the very last one that was unfortunately demolished. But the whole row is there, and it is now an inn. It's had a long, storied history involved with art and writers and the entire involvement of the artistic community. And of course, before it was a building, it was a garden, and we're going to be hearing about that in the upcoming video. That our own Lucy from the Poe Museum will be guiding us through it with those who know a bit of history and legend and lore connected to that 19th century building. So now we'll take you virtually to the Linden Row.
Hi everyone, my name is Lucy. I work here at the Poe Museum as social media marketing and membership here. And I'm here to talk to you guys today about one of our favorite partners, Linden Row Inn. But right now we are here in the Enchanted Garden, right here at the Poe Museum. So we're going to be talking about Linden Row Inn's garden, but I did want to talk about our own garden because it is inspired by one of Poe's poems called To One in Paradise. And it goes like this. Thou wast that all to me, love, for which my soul did pine, a green isle in the sea, love, a fountain and a shrine, all wreathed with fairy fruits and flowers, and all the flowers were mine. So as you can tell, this grass here, it's a little greener in the summer, but the grass here is from the green isle in the sea, and then we've got our fountain behind us. All the way in the back is the shrine. And that shrine is where our lovely cats Edgar and Pluto were found as babies. Let me see if I can grab Edgar right here. So here's Edgar. He wanted to make an appearance. They are very sweet and a little camera shy, but we are going to head on over to Linden Row Inn to talk about their wonderful inn and their garden. So in 1820, when Edgar Allan Poe was 11 years old, he and his foster parents, John and Frances Allen, moved from London back here to Richmond. And at the time, they lived with John Allen's business partner, Charles Ellis. And Charles Ellis lived across the street from a walled-in garden that took up the entire block. And right now, it is considered the heart of town, but back in the day, this was considered the outskirts of Richmond. So none of the buildings here were there back then. So even after Poe and his foster parents moved out of Ellis's home, Poe still had access to the garden. And in that garden, he was able to court his first and very last fiancée, Elmira Royster. The garden that Poe courted Elmira in was known for its roses, its jasmine, and of course, linden trees, hence the name Linden Row Inn. And according to local Richmond historian, Samuel Mordecai, the roses were so strong that they could be smelled from a block away. So that very same garden is most likely the inspiration behind Poe's poem To One in Paradise, which you just heard in our Enchanted Garden. It's also likely the inspiration behind the second poem that Poe wrote titled To Helen. So let's go inside and talk to some people from Linden Row Inn.
All right, so I'm here in Linden Row Inn with Casey. Casey, do you mind giving me your title?
Sure, I am the Director of Sales here at the Linden Row Inn.
All right, so we want to know about the history of Linden Row Inn itself. So when did it start and what did it look like when it began?
Sure, so Linden Row was originally 10 row homes that were family homes during the Civil War era. They are from the 1840s and 1850s. The buildings have been used for a couple different purposes over the years. Originally family homes during the Civil War era. Some of the homes were used as a school for girls, which was the beginnings of St. Catherine's, which started here at Linden Row. These are also apartments in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, and then opened as a full service and now limited service hotel back in 1988. Before Linden Row was a building, this plot of land was a full functioning garden.
So that's what it looked like during Poe's time, is that correct?
That's correct. So when Poe was living in Richmond, he lived in this neighborhood, and he used to come over into where Linden Row Inn now sits today, which was a full functioning garden at that time. So he used to play in the gardens, write poems, bring his lifelong love, Elmira Royster, into our gardens. And through our relationship and research with the Poe Museum, in his poem to Helen, he mentions an enchanted garden, which we have figured out is actually the land here at Linden Row.
That's awesome. So Poe is basically inspired by this garden.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Very cool. So what does it look like today?
So today we are a 70-room boutique historic hotel. We have 3 different room types, which I think is wonderful because we can meet 3 different price points for the average traveler. We have what we call our garden rooms, which are directly adjacent to a beautiful outdoor garden courtyard, which is our oasis in the center of the city. Then we have what we call our main house rooms, which are actually originally the family bedrooms during the Civil War time. And then we have our parlor suites, which we're actually seating in right now, which are great for gathering spaces. We do a lot of honeymoon nights, celebrations, birthday parties, things like that. So the rooms are used for a lot of different purposes, but also can meet the different price points of different travelers.
That's awesome. So we are sitting in the Poe Suite right now. Is that what it's called?
That's correct. This is the Edgar Allan Poe Suite.
Awesome. So if you want to talk about a little bit about how Linden Row Inn really acknowledges Poe and his ties to this place.
Absolutely. You're going to see nods to Poe all throughout the property, from our in-house restaurant, which is called Parterre, to photos of Poe and Elmira Royster throughout the lobby areas, and then also throughout our guest room. So in his poem to Helen, he mentions an enchanted garden, which he also refers to as a parterre. That is the name inspiration for the restaurant on site. They have drinks called the To Helen that I think is a really fun kind of twist on a name for a beverage. Inside of our guest rooms, you're going to see that we have his full works for our guests to enjoy throughout their stay. They can also be purchased at the front desk if someone would like. And then we have these Poe bags, which are complimentary for all of our guests. It's basically a canvas bag that has his face on it. It says Linden Row Inn, Richmond, Virginia, which is just a fun little giveaway for each of our guests to remind them of our connection with Poe and take home with them, so they take a little piece of Richmond and a piece of Poe with them.
That's awesome. So since we're in the Poe Suite right now, shall we take a look around?
Yes, please do.
All right. All right, Casey. So can you tell me where we're at right now?
Absolutely. So we are in a corridor that's adjacent to one of our 7 parlor suites. These are now emergency exits, but they lead right out to Franklin Street. This was actually the original entrance for the families that lived inside of the row homes. So they would come through this beautiful grand door. Then this is adjacent to their living spaces, which we have now converted into our parlor suites. And then there's this beautiful stairwell and banister that is all original that goes upstairs to our main house rooms or downstairs to our main house rooms.
All right, so let's take a look inside.
So as we enter into the parlor side of our suites, you basically have a couch, coffee table, some soft seating, but some beautiful original pieces that have recently been restored to their original beauty. So these are original hardwood floors. These are original marble fireplace mantles that are going to be on both sides of our parlor suites. Original crown molding, original 15-foot windows that overlook Franklin Street and give a lot of beautiful natural light, but also some beautiful antique pieces on permanent loan to us from Historic Richmond. They actually turned this property into a hotel back in 1988. The buildings were willed to them by a woman by the name of Mary Wingfield Scott when she passed away, and they converted this from apartments into a hotel. And they have these awesome pieces that stand at Linden Row, and every room is a little different because you have a different unique antique throughout them.
This is great. So what we're seeing here is what it might have looked like during Edgar Allan Poe's time?
Absolutely. You know, a lot of these pieces have been around for over 100 years, and it really takes you back in time. It lets you kind of feel like you are where he was.
That's beautiful. I love that. I'm guessing the flat screen TV is not from Poe's time.
That's right. Yeah, the flat screen TV is definitely not from Poe's time.
That's good. I'm glad we have a bit of an upgrade on entertainment. 1800s.
Yes.
Well, that's great. Should we keep going?
Absolutely.
All right.
So this is the bedroom side of our suites. They all have king size beds and some upgraded amenities that all of our travelers are looking for. So brand new mattresses, brand new flat screen television. We have Keurig coffee makers, refrigerators in the rooms, but they're all a little tucked away except for the TV, of course, so that it doesn't take away from the historic feel of the suites. But it's very spacious, great for romantic getaways. We see a lot of wedding parties get ready here. So there's so much space to spread out and enjoy the room.
That's lovely. And the furniture here as well, besides the bed itself, is all from at least around Poe's time, is that correct?
That's correct. If you look at these nightstands here, these are hand-carved pools that look like roses. They're one of my favorite pieces. You'll see them all throughout all of our rooms because there's so many that were left here, and they're my favorite.
That's lovely. What else do you like about this room?
I love the hardwood floors. Above and beyond, the hardwood floors are my favorite part of the suites. When I first started here, we had carpeting. And over the last 3 years, they came in, pulled up the carpeting, which was put in when they turned it into a hotel, and they restored all of the original hardwood floors. That is above and beyond my favorite part of our suites.
That's beautiful. So can people stay in this room right now?
Absolutely. These rooms are available for rent. You can go on our website. You can call our front desk at any point. We have 7 of them total, and they do typically book up pretty quickly on the weekends, but please give us a call. We'd love to have you guys come stay with us.
No, I would absolutely love to stay here myself. So thank you, Casey. This has been wonderful.
Thank you.
And don't forget to check out Linden Row Inn.
So back when we were in the Poe suite and I was talking to Casey, she mentioned the poem To Helen by Edgar Allan Poe. And she said that it is likely inspired by this garden that we are in right now. And I actually have the poem with us right now in our complete poetry book, which you can get online in our store if you are so interested. But so I'll read the first stanza of the poem so you can get an idea of what Poe wrote. To Helen, I saw thee once only, years ago. I must not say how many, but not many. It was a July midnight, and from out a full-orbed moon that, like thine own soul, soaring, sought a participant pathway up through heaven. There fell a silvery silken veil of light, with quietude and sultriness and slumber, upon the upturned faces of 1,000 roses that grew in an enchanted garden, where no wind dared to stir unless on tiptoe, fell upon the upturned faces of these roses that gave out in return for the love light their odorous souls in an ecstatic death, fell upon their upturned faces of these roses that smiled and died in their parterre, enchanted by thee and by the poetry of thy presence. Well, thank you so much for joining us in Linden Row Inn and the Garden. I want to wish Edgar Allan Poe a very happy birthday, and I hope you guys enjoy.
Thank you very much for that tour, this virtual tour of Linden Row. Again, a miraculous survivor. If you're unfamiliar with the name of Mary Wingfield Scott, she was an architectural historian trained in Chicago. She lived in Richmond. She was an ardent supporter and a believer in conserving and preserving old buildings. She wrote 2 important books, Houses of Old Richmond and Old Richmond Neighborhoods, in which many of the houses that was previously mentioned in the segment with Charles Sempner, Chris Sempner, where Poe lived or was associated with him. And so I recommend those books to you. Warning, they are rabbit holes. Once you start, you won't want to stop. Also, keep a handkerchief handy because built 1835, demolished 1910 is many of the stories of some of those houses. Now, I want to introduce to you Erica Yang, Erica Jang, Executive Director of the Edgar Allan Poe Museum, the Edgar Allan Poe Museum in Baltimore. Yeah,
Hi there, how are you?
You have his body, but we have his soul.
No, possession's 9 cents, man. Hello, it's Enrica, by the way, Enrica Chang. But nice to meet you.
Oh, okay, Enrica Chang. I'm sorry, I completely messed that up.
Happens all the time.
So what we're going to be talking about, what you're going to be speaking about, is the partnership between the museums and the Saturday Visitor Awards, and you will explain what a Saturday Visitor is. It sounds ominous, perhaps, and why it's ER. So take it away.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me. And you're doing an excellent job, by the way. Really enjoying all of the programming today. Hi, everybody. Oh, again, my name is Enrica Jang. I'm Executive Director of Poe Baltimore and the Edgar Allan Poe House and Museum, Baltimore, Maryland. Richmond's taken over our feeds today, so hello to all my Baltimore folks as well. The Saturday Visitor Awards are a new honor presented by Poe Baltimore, recognizing a new generation of artists and writers inspired by Edgar Allan Poe. Everyone watching today certainly loves Poe, but I know that there are some wonderful creators out there who do wonderful works inspired by Poe. For the last 3 years, we have been very fortunate. We get to play with Richmond, separate cities, but we do get to come together, and we've been very grateful to have members of the Poe Museum Richmond staff, as well as members of the board as judges for the awards. The awards are presented to artists who either adapt or create original works inspired by Poe's work. Now, I believe we do have a video that's going to explain it, the history of the award, in a little bit better than So we welcome any creators who have created original works or adaptations of Poe's work. Eligibility is for pieces created in the last 3 years. And this year, we're very excited that we're able to continue this collaboration with the Poe Museum Richmond, because each of the Poe sites that are involved with the awards this year will be presenting a regional honor in addition to the awards this year. So Poe, I know that Richmond has a number of creators that work with the museum, have contributed works to the museum, and so Richmond will be selecting a regional winner, and Baltimore will be selecting a regional winner this year, in addition to the awards presentation at Poe Fest International. I lost a little sound here.
Oh, greeting. Oh, thank you so much for that information and the video. And I wanted to ask you a question, being in Baltimore, about misplaced ease. How annoyed do you get when you see fairly authoritative articles or internet, particularly articles where Edgar Allan Poe is mentioned and they write it Allen with an E? Does that just make you want to throw a fist at somebody? Throw a screen, throw a computer out.
I think, as we established, my name gets misspelled often, so I understand how easily it can happen. So I try to be understanding. But you also go through it's dabda, right? You go through anger and acceptance, and all these are different stages of it. So at this point, I've just accepted it, and we just correct people, and we tell them, we warn them, Poe people are going to come after you. So I am doing my best to save you from yourself and correcting them.
Well, and it's interesting how he used that middle name, and it was not something he would trot out at every moment. He used it in a correspondence on occasion. It was E.A. Poe often, but Allen was his association with the Allens of Richmond and all of the wealth that he thought he was due and heir to, which he did not receive. So it was also Edgar Allan Poe. Sounds like a heartbeat. It has a a rhythm to it. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. And congratulations. And this is wonderful that even now, 212 years later, Edgar Allan Poe is still inspiring artists of all the disciplines.
Yes, call for entries opens on January 19th. So get ready, guys.
Get ready. Thank you. All right. Now, we are going to go next to Charlottesville. That's right, because we can do that through the miracle of internet technology. The Albemarle Charlottesville Historical Society. This is we'll be speaking with Executive Director Tom Chapman, who will be answering questions live in a chat. So I want to know. It's a video? He's a video. I am just getting this straight with the technical department because I'm not very technical. I am live though. So here we go to the video.
During the fall of the year 1827, while residing near Charlottesville, Virginia, I casually made the acquaintance of Mr. Augustus Bedloe. This young gentleman was remarkable in every respect and excited in me a profound interest and curiosity. Of his family, I could obtain no satisfactory account. Whence he came, I never ascertained. Even about his age, although I call him a young gentleman, there was something which perplexed me. He certainly seemed young, and he made a point of speaking about his youth, yet there were moments when I should have had little trouble in imagining him 100 years of age. For many years past, he had been attended by a physician named Templeton, an old gentleman, perhaps 70 years of age, whom he had first encountered at Saratoga. The result was that Bedloe, who was wealthy, had made an arrangement with Dr. Templeton, by which the latter, in consideration of a liberal annual allowance, had consented to devote his time and medical experience exclusively to the care of the invalid. Dr. Templeton had been a traveler in his younger days, and at Paris had become a convert to the doctrines of Mesmer. It was altogether by means of magnetic remedies that he had succeeded in alleviating the acute pains of his patient. Between Dr. Templeton and Bedloe, there had grown up, little by little, a very distinct and strongly marked rapport, or magnetic relation. The temperature of Bedloe was, in the highest degree, sensitive, excitable, enthusiastic. His imagination was singularly vigorous and creative, and no doubt it derived additional force from the habitual use of morphine, which he swallowed in great quantity, and without which he would have found it impossible to exist. It was his practice to take a very large dose of it immediately after a cup of strong coffee, and then set forth alone upon a long ramble among the wild and dreary hills that lie westward and southward of Charlottesville, and are there dignified by the title of the Ragged Mountains. Upon a warm day, toward the close of November, Mr. Bedloe departed as usual for the hills. The day passed, and still he did not return. About 8 o'clock at night, having become seriously alarmed at his protracted absence, we were about setting out in search of him, when he unexpectedly made his appearance, in health no worse than usual, and in rather more than ordinary spirits. The account which he gave of his expedition and of the events which had detained him was a singular one indeed. "You will remember," said he, "that it was about 9 in the morning when I left Charlottesville. I bent my steps immediately to the mountains, and about 10 entered a gorge which was entirely new to me. I followed the windings of this pass with much interest. The scenery which presented itself on all sides had about it an indescribable and delicious aspect of dreary desolation. The solitude seemed absolutely virgin. I soon lost all idea of the direction in which I journeyed. In the meantime, the morphine had its customary effect. I walked on for several hours. But now an indescribable uneasiness possessed me. I remembered strange stories told about these ragged hills and of the uncouth and fierce races of men who tenanted their groves and caverns. Very suddenly, my attention was arrested by the loud beating of a drum. My amazement was, of course, extreme. A drum in these hills was a thing unknown, but a new and still more astounding source of interest and perplexity arose. There came a wild rattling sound, and upon the instant, a dusky and half-naked man rushed past me with a shriek. He came so close to my person that I felt his hot breath upon my face. Scarcely had he disappeared before, panting after him, there darted a huge beast. It was a hyena. The sight of this monster rather relieved than heightened my terrors, for I now made sure that I dreamed and endeavored to arouse myself to waking consciousness. I stepped boldly and briskly forward. I rubbed my eyes. I called aloud. I pinched my limbs. A small spring of water presented itself to my view, and here, stooping, I bathed my hands in my head and neck. I arose, as I thought, a new man, and proceeded steadily on my unknown way. At length, quite overcome by exertion, I seated myself beneath a tree. I looked upward. The tree was a palm. I now arose hurriedly and in a state of fearful agitation, for the fancy that I dreamed would serve me no longer. I found myself at the foot of a high mountain and looking down into a vast plain. On the margin of the river stood an eastern-looking city, such as we read of in the Arabian tales. From my position, which was far above the level of the town, I could perceive its every nook and corner. The streets seemed innumerable and absolutely swarmed with inhabitants. The houses were wildly picturesque. On every hand was a wilderness of balconies, of verandas, of minarets, of shrines, and fantastically carved oriels. Bazaars abounded, and in these were displayed rich wares in infinite variety and profusion. Silks, muslins, the most magnificent jewels and gems. You will say now, of course, that I dreamed, but not so. What I saw, what I heard, what I felt, what I thought had about it nothing of the unmistakable idiosyncrasy of the dream. In this, I am not sure that you are wrong, observed Dr. Templeton, but proceed. You arose and descended into the city. I arose, continued Bedloe, regarding the doctor with an air of profound astonishment. I arose, as you say, and descended into the city. On my way, I fell in with an immense populace. A small party of men, clad in garments half Indian, half European, and officered by gentlemen in a uniform partly British, were engaged at great odds with the swarming rabble of the alleys. I joined the weaker party, arming myself with the weapons of a fallen officer and fighting I knew not whom with the nervous ferocity of despair. We were soon overpowered and driven to seek refuge in a kiosk. Here we barricaded ourselves and, for the present, were secure. And now a new object took possession of my soul. I spoke a few hurried but energetic words to my companions, and, having succeeded in gaining over a few of them to my purpose, made a frantic sally from the kiosk. We rushed amid the crowd that surrounded it. They retreated at first, then they rallied, fought madly, and retreated again. In the meantime, we were borne far from the kiosk and became bewildered and entangled among the narrow streets. The rabble pressed impetuously upon us, harassing us with their spears and overwhelming us with flights of arrows. One of them struck me upon the right temple. I reeled and fell. An instantaneous and dreadful sickness seized me. I struggled. I gasped. I died. You will hardly persist now, said I, smiling, that the whole of your adventure was not a dream. You are not prepared to maintain that you are dead. When I said these words, I, of course, expected some lively sally from Bedloe in reply, But to my astonishment, he hesitated, trembled, became fearfully pallid, and remained silent. I looked toward Templeton. He sat erect and rigid in his chair. His teeth chattered. Proceed, he said hoarsely to Bedloe. For many minutes, continued the latter, my sole feeling was that of darkness, with the consciousness of death. At length, there seemed to pass a violent and sudden shock through my soul, as if of electricity. In an instant, I seemed to rise from the ground. But I had no bodily, no visible, audible, or palpable presence. Beneath me lay my corpse, with the arrow in my temple. Volition I had none, but appeared to be impelled into motion, and flitted buoyantly out of the city, retracing the circuitous path by which I had entered it. When I had attained that point of the ravine in the mountains at which I had encountered the hyena, I again experienced a shock as of a galvanic battery. The sense of weight, of volition, of substance returned. I became my original self and bent my steps eagerly homeward. But the past has not lost the vividness of the real, and not now, even for an instant, can I compel my understanding to regard it as a dream. Nor was it, said Templeton. For the rest, I have some explanation to make. Here is a watercolor drawing, which I should have shown you before, but which an unaccountable sentiment of horror has hitherto prevented me from showing. We looked at the picture which he presented. I saw nothing in it of an extraordinary character, but its effect upon Bedloe was prodigious. He nearly fainted as he gazed. And yet it was but a miniature portrait, a miraculously accurate one, of his own very remarkable features. At least, this was my thought as I regarded it. You will perceive, said Templeton, the date of this picture, 1780. In this year was the portrait taken. It is the likeness of a dead friend, a Mr. Oldeb, to whom I became much attached at Calcutta. I was then only 20 years old. When I first saw you, Mr. Bedloe, at Saratoga, it was the miraculous similarity which existed between yourself and the painting which induced me to accost you, to seek your friendship, and to bring about those arrangements which resulted in my becoming your constant companion. In your detail of the vision which presented itself to you amid the hills, you have described the Indian city of Benares. The riots, the combat, the massacre, were the actual events of an insurrection which took place in 1780. The party in the kiosk were sepoys and British officers. Of this party I was one, and did all I could to prevent the rash and fatal sally of the officer who fell by the poisoned arrow of a Bengalee. That officer was my dearest friend. It was Oldeb. You will perceive by these manuscripts. Here the speaker produced a notebook in which several pages appear to have been freshly written. That at the very period in which you fancied these things amid the hills, I was engaged in detailing them upon paper here at home. In about a week after this conversation, the following paragraphs appeared in a Charlottesville paper. We have the painful duty of announcing the death of Mr. Augustus Bedloe, a gentleman whose amiable manners and many virtues have long endeared him to the citizens of Charlottesville. In an excursion to the Ragged Mountains a few days since, a slight cold and fever were contracted. Dr. Templeton resorted to topical bleeding. Leeches were applied to the temples. In a fearfully brief period, the patient died, when it appeared that in the jar containing the leeches had been introduced, by accident, one of the venomous vermicular sensu, which are now and then found in the neighboring ponds. This creature fastened itself upon a small artery in the right temple. Its close resemblance to the medicinal leech caused the mistake to be overlooked until too late. N.B. The poisonous sensu of Charlottesville may always be distinguished from the medicinal leech by its blackness, and especially by its writhing motions, which very nearly resemble those of a snake. I was speaking with the editor of the paper in question upon the topic of this remarkable accident when it occurred to me to ask how it happened that the name of the deceased had been given as Bedloe. I presume, I said, you have authority for this spelling? But I have always supposed the name to be written with an E at the end. Authority? No, he replied. It is a mere typographical error. The name is Bedloe with an E all the world over, and I never knew it to be spelled otherwise in my life. Then, said I, as I turned upon my heel, indeed has it come to pass that one truth is stranger than any fiction. For Bedloe, without the E, what is it but old Deb conversed? And this man tells me that it is a typographical error.
Hi. The idea for the Poet Laureate first rose out of the literary community here in Richmond. A project team of representatives from the arts and culture groups, the city departments, publishers, and booksellers crafted the process for selecting a Poet Laureate. And I personally want to thank them for their time and energy. The overarching goal of the Laureate program is to honor artistic voice and achievement. The hope is that a Poet Laureate will highlight the talented poets in our community and showcase the diversity of this art form. To be an advocate for poetry by providing access to poetry throughout the city, and give us another opportunity to use the power of words to heal wounds, open hearts, minds, and weave us closer together. Here are the duties of the Poet Laureate. It's a 2-year position, a 2-year commitment from January 2021 to January 2023. The Poet Laureate of Richmond has the freedom to create and develop their own projects during their tenure. And the primary goal is to promote poetry throughout the city of Richmond. Examples would be to serve as an honorary guest and read from their body of work at citywide events, work with schools, work with library system, recreation centers, senior centers, and at community festivals. And all this will be coordinated through the Department of Human Services with the City of Richmond. And my name is Reggie Gordon. I'm the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Human Services for the City of Richmond. And on this most auspicious of days, the day we celebrate the birth of Edgar Allan Poe, one of the greatest poets of all time, and on this day, on behalf of the mayor, I announce that the City of Richmond has chosen its first Poet Laureate, Douglas Powell, known in the community by his stage name, Roscoe Burnhams. Burnhams is a poet, published author, spoken word artist, comedian, and teacher. He is highly respected as an expert and professional. Roscoe has lent his talents to multiple organizations in Richmond, including St. Joseph's Villa Alternative Education Program, University of Richmond's Partner in the Arts, Art 180, and he's taught workshops at multiple middle and high schools. As a poetry coach, Roscoe has led the Richmond Poetry Slam team and the VCU Slam team to regional and national final stages. He has hosted both the Writer's Den Monthly Slam and co-hosted Tuesday Verses. Evidence of an interest in and capacity for community engagement was part of the Poet Laureate selection criteria and a top priority for the mayor. Mayor Stoney said, "The Richmond Poet Laureate should relish showing kids, teens, and adults the healing, restorative power of the written word." Roscoe has exhibited time and time again his interest in bringing poetry to the people, and his list of ideas for engagement projects tell me he's the Richmonder for the job. Those are the words of LeVar Stoney. So, Richmond, the world, I present our first Poet Laureate, Roscoe Burnhams. Roscoe.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. I want to start off with a piece about the city, and first of all, I'm really looking forward to fulfilling this position and making the city proud, a city that I love dearly.
We love it.
Rainbows cascading across the ribs of the boulevard, lost lives on the lips of 17th and Main. Honeybees cycle across the back of Cary and Davis Avenue dances in rain. The skin of Jackson Ward tells the story of legacy when the mind is not fit upon the canvas and thirst for reach. It is not James River that quenches an artist, it is the hunger for feet. Brick and mortar battle with bustling brushes, hues slain across the wall. This becomes a civil war for creative unrest and another blank structure falls. A body of tattoos and abstraction and technicolor of joys and memory and of hurt. Richmond is home to some of the greatest art on earth, a reflection of its people, a telltale of its ghosts found in the heart of the music and the poetry, and most never truly appreciate the frame of thought when imagination cannot be caught in woven cotton and needs space for anarchy and chaos and craft and desires to be free. That is when Richmond becomes a gallery. Word.
Man, thank you. I'm snapping.
Poetry snaps. You gotta get your poetry snap.
Right. That's excellent, man. You know, obviously you have such talent, and we're so honored that you are the first poet laureate. So let's tell me your story. You know, what brings you to this place in your life journey?
Okay, so I was originally born in south side of Richmond, and then moved in with my grandmother, and me and my brother grew up out in spent a lot of our time out in Henrico. I actually graduated from Henrico High School, so shouts out to the Warriors. And it was during my adolescence that I really grew a love for storytelling, for writing, for poetry, for music. I really wanted to be like a musician when I was growing up, and I kind of tripped and fell into poetry, honestly. But I fell in love with it, and I really started taking it seriously probably around like my junior year of high school. I had an amazing teacher, Cecily Gardner, who I attribute to my love for poetry today. So shouts out to all the English teachers who are shaping lives, right?
Yeah.
And so then I took it and ran with it. And when I really got invested into like being in the city all the time and looking for more places to congregate with other writers and performers, I stumbled across like Tuesday Verses, where I met Lorna, rest in peace to Lorna Pinckney, who put me on my first like big stage, like not just verses, but like, yeah, she was a beautiful spirit, and like she's always with me. We were very, very close, and she created a platform that I owe a lot. I owe a lot of my career to Tuesday Verses. So without it, I don't even know if there would be a Roscoe right now.
Right.
So the city helped mold me, right? The events and the literary community, the art community, the musicians, the writers in the city, the events, all the things that we've watched shape Richmond artistically created who I am today.
You know, you mentioned the literary community. For those of us who might not know, just describe the poetry community, the literary community. What does that look like in Richmond?
There's a lot of factions, a lot of sections in the literary community. Mm-hmm. There's some level of intersectionality that happens between them. But there's like a lot of, it's a lot of tight knit communities throughout the city. So there's James River Writers, there's River City Poets, there's Slam Richmond, which is like a poetry slam organization. There's an organization that I'm proud to have created and be a part of, which is the Writers Den, which is like a poetry-based art collective. And then there's been Tuesday Verses, and there's been like a series of like other communities and open mics that have developed these different little literary families within the city, and there's new ones growing all the time. So they're all like kind of like at these like pop-up events that happen around the city. There's these ongoing open mics and workshops and readings that happen. There's the Book Lovers Festival that happens every year now. So, Richmond has always been one of those places, no matter the genre, right? Richmond has always been one of those places where there's always a lot happening, but you got to find it.
That's right. Yeah. Well, obviously with you in this role, you can help all of us to connect in the artistic community, particularly with regard to the literary community and poetry. And as you were describing the different groups, I see you as a wonderful way to bridge all of that energy. So that's exciting.
So that's what I want to do, honestly, as poet laureate, is when we start, when we really start getting rolling, especially within the warmer months, and we're able to do stuff outside and maybe have some events. Yeah, hopefully. As in the coming months, the idea is to start to kind of merge all these groups together and kind of find ways where we can all kind of politic and share and recite and show the city that there's this flourishing literary community that needs to be seen.
When we describe the poet laureate, we say that it represents our community in verse, our diverse community in verse. So what would you say are some details about Richmond that you feel should be expressed in verse?
Details about Richmond that should be expressed in verse. Well, I'll tell you, the poem that I opened up with is about the murals. It's one of the things I think that stands out a lot about our city. We've kind of become known for having these like really eclectic visual art projects, just all throughout the town, right? You can't drive too far without seeing some bright painting, from down the street. So I think it's great. I want to see more of it. I actually want to see the writers work with the visual artists to create some poems, embodied as a mural in the city. You know what I mean? Some affirming statements, some dope short pieces that can be put on the side of a wall. I think that would be, really great for people who are, coming through the tour, people who are jogging by. I want to see more like positive affirmations, happening on a regular basis via art. Richmond has this really eclectic community, where people of all different walks of life, all different hues, backgrounds, lifestyles, identities, are all congregating. You know what I mean? Like, I grew up working in the city, and I would ride my bike from Henrico to downtown, and I would catch the bus. And if a 5-minute bus ride, you'll see how diverse the city is, right? From high middle class to people grinding it out. You know what I mean? Like everybody's here in the heart of it. So I want the art to reflect that as well.
Yeah, I like that. Sort of capturing the pulse of our community, pun intended. You have said that that poetry has been a life-saving medium for you and for others. Do you mind sharing what that means?
Yes, definitely. This is actually one of my favorite things to talk about.
Okay.
So I'm very candid about my journey dealing with mental health. I'm very transparent. I'm transparent with all my students, and anytime I do a show or performance, whatever, I definitely bring it up. I struggled with depression, still struggle with depression pretty hard. But as a youth, it was really, really bad. My first suicide attempt was at 13, and then there was a handful throughout my teenage years, heading into my young adult years, and so I know what that feeling looks like. I know what that what depression can look like in youth, and I've held on to that for a very long time because it's always been a mission of mine to use this art form that I fell in love with. That's been this catalyst for me being able to express myself, find resilience, find joy, find peace. How do we use that? How do we show another generation how to use that for themselves? And it could look different than the way that I use it, but how do they find a way to tell their story and know that their story is important and subsequently know that their lives are important, right? How do we show them that it's worth continuing? And so poetry did that for me. You know what I mean? When I started to run across Hughes and Maya Angelou, and then later more so into being into spoken word and listening to poets like John Survivor Blake and Breeze and Stephen Anton Willis and like a number of my contemporaries and older poets, Asia Sampson. Like I found a voice. Right. I found a voice in that, and that's really important, especially as a youth, right? Like when you're coming up, you feel invisible sometimes. And it's like, well, how do we end that? How do we show them how to use the voice that's inside them? And that's what poetry and spoken word has done for me. And so it's been my mission to show young people how to do that for themselves.
That's really powerful. And, I imagine, I know that over these 2 years, as you are out there in the community, young people who are older, hopefully they will hear your story, listen to your words, and then maybe find that poet inside of them as a way of catharsis, if they're experiencing something that's challenging. So that would be, thank you for being vulnerable, and thank you for sharing that and helping us to process how we can learn about ourselves through art. And you and I have a history. I mean, I'm so honored that you're the first poet laureate, but when I read your bio and I recognized our paths across, I guess the most recent was during a TEDx youth experience like in 2019, but we go back to William Byrd Community House days.
Yes.
There, I guess it was 2005, and you were one of the young people at William Byrd, and so it's just, as someone that's been in the nonprofit world, it's beautiful when you see the fruition and fruits of what we pour into young people. And here you are, our first poet laureate. Can you describe what happened to you back then with, let's say, the Finding Your Way program, as I recall?
Yes. So shouts out to Todd Elliott, who got me into and Aman Shabazz, who put me into the Finding Your Way program. It was definitely a blessing. It was a great experience. And the process was to take these youth and essentially talk about what we were just saying before. Like, how do you find your voice in art? Like, whether that's songwriting or whether it's music or whether it's poetry, like how do you develop that? And what does that sound like for you? And so we took a number of journeys. We did the slave trail, and then we also went to the Poe Museum. And just seeing, I didn't really know much about Edgar Allan Poe prior to that experience. Mm-hmm. So looking at being in the house and seeing a lot of his work and his impact on writing and his impact on poetry, and this nuance to storytelling that you didn't really see during his generation. Me and my friends joke, I come from a poetry slam background, right? So poetry slam is like competitive spoken word. Right. So me and my friends joke and say that Edgar Allan Poe would still like be able to hold his own to this day. The writing was so textured. The writing was so textured, and it was kind of dark and gritty.
Love it.
Really unapologetic and really vulnerable, right? So when we think about stuff like The Raven and the Telltale Heart, right? We're delving into these stories that are centered around like obsession and murder and mystery and all that kind of stuff, right? But there's a longing there. There's a vulnerability there. There's a lot of emotion woven into those stories, right? You feel bad for the character. There's this emotional spectrum, this emotional roller coaster that happens when you're reading a lot of Poe's work. And that really should be the goal for every writer. How do you take your audience on a journey, right? How do you get them on this emotional kind of roller coaster ride with its ups and its downs, and they're feeling a number of things. I tell a lot of my students, I was like, when we're talking about expressing an emotion in a piece, in a poem, you may be delving into a particular experience, but you're not delving into one particular emotion. Yeah, a part of this made you angry, but you aren't always angry. So give me the nuance. Where's the nuance? And I think that's something that you find in Poe's writing. Yeah, we know these epics that he's put together. But what we love is that we're able to attach to them emotionally. We're able to kind of feel the anxiety that comes with that obsession, or the raven tapping or whatever. Like he builds the suspense, and then kind of pulls, kind of ebbs and flows in and out of that. And so that should be the goal of every writer, really. You know what I mean? To take your take your audience on that type of journey.
No question. You know, I grew up in Richmond. I grew up on North Side, Richmond. My mother was an English teacher. Do you know that we had an Edgar Allan Poe record? So we used to listen to the Telltale Heart as kids, my brother and I. So, I mean, I think we're just proud because we're from Richmond, but just to point out, because of this English teacher mother, you know, you gotta understand Edgar Allan Poe. So I got that as a kid as well. So that's great.
Now, I think anybody who wants to understand like strong storytelling and really how to paint a picture or several pictures with words, you have to go back and look at Poe's work.
Well, you know, our time is going to really fly here. It has. I'm loving this conversation, and I want to get a chance for you to do one closing poem. But you know, there's so much power in this art, and I love the fact that you will be able to open this up to young people and people of all ages in our community. And I think this is a moment that we need a lot of inspiration. And thank you for that. And I know at this point in our history, this is key. So do you have any personal thoughts about where we are in our country or our community at this time?
I think that as a country, we have to start recognizing what real equity looks like for different social classes, for different identities, for different ethnicities, and really start to and do more listening to each other than we do talking. You know, when you watch CNN and you watch all these different, pundits, all the political rhetoric, there's a lot of people talking about things, but nobody's really listening to each other. And so I think when we get to a point as a culture when we can really do that and really take in what other people's perspectives look like, then I think we'll start to be able to move forward. And I think until then, we're going to get a lot of what we see today, and it's a lot of unrest, a lot of divide. But I think we're on the way. I think it's on the cusp, but I think we have more work to do.
Yes, we do. But in Richmond, we have you. And I look forward to what you will bring to our community. So I thank you for stepping forward as our first. I've enjoyed this conversation. I look forward to seeing you quite frequently over these next couple of years. And with that, I'll turn it over to you for a point.
Awesome. Deeply honored by this. I'm really excited. This last piece, I'll be reading from my book, Chrysalis Under Fire. You guys can find that on Amazon. And speaking of Amazon, while you're there, you can watch my 1-hour special, Traumedy, that is currently streaming. It's a 1-hour special of poetry and comedy. It's really, really good. It talks about trauma and resilience, something that we were talking about earlier. And so since MLK Day is coming up, and he is like the face of the pacifism movement during the civil rights era, I felt that this poem would be fitting. This is Ode to the Pacifist. Death will never die. Murder begets murder, the expansion of rotting flesh and growing wounds. Love is a bloody bandage on intolerance. It is peace that works like a healing scab. Like blood cells bridging a gash, you cannot destroy destruction. Closed fists are for force, for cracking skin, tyrannical shot to the face, and gives space to be labeled a troublemaker, but you can't vilify peace. You can't vilify peace. It is open hands that holds structure and balance and communities together. What good is fight if everyone loses? Violence cannot find life. Discover rebirth and redirection in the heart of the peacekeepers. Find passion in the praying palms and God in the other cheek that will discover turn, or how revolutions begin. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Thank you, Roscoe. I think it's now time to go back to Harry.
Thank you very much, Reggie and Roscoe, for that really enlightening, magnificent conversation and the poetry. And Richmond has a poet laureate, and of all the lyricists and poets that have come out of this town, it is time, in more ways than one, that Richmond should have a poet laureate. Now, we're going to introduce to you Poe Museum board member, Dean Rowell, who will be sharing with us a story, a children's story, that he's going to be sharing with his daughter, a book, by the way, you can find right here at the Poe Museum. Stick around, don't fall asleep, because a bedtime story maybe, because Sarah White, friend of the museum, will be with us. But now, Dean and his story.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dean Brow. I'm on the board of the Poe Museum. And this is Amelia. Today's reading, we're going to read Edgar Gets Ready by Jennifer Adams. Once upon a midnight dreary. Edgar, finish your vegetables. Nevermore. Now, go clean up your room. Nevermore. Edgar. It's time for your bath. We like bath time, right? Nevermore. Time to brush your teeth. Edgar. Can't you sit still for 1 minute? No. Not even one? Never. Come on, dear, and I'll read you a story. Well, you like that. Mom, do you still love me? Yes, Edgar, I'll always love you. Evermore. You can find great books as well as some fun toys actually at the retail shop for the Poe Museum. We hope that you'll stick with the Poe Museum and all the great content that's coming out. Visit poemuseum.org to find out some more, find out what's on sale at the shop, as well as poemuseum.org/support to donate money. We could really use your support right now, and we really appreciate all of the support that the city and beyond and the world has shown both the legacy of Edgar Allan Poe and the Poe Museum. Thanks so much, everybody. Stay safe and stay well.
Thank you, Dean, for sharing that. And Dean, by the way, is in the technical hut right across the street from me on the aisle, keeping us connected to the internet. Now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you singer-songwriter Sarah White. Friend
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, I know it. Oh my God, you're early.
With a haunting voice.
Am I in the show?
No.
You're in the show, Sarah. Sarah.
Oh my God. Yes, please. Thank you. You scared me.
It is a post. It is a post show, Sarah.
Hi. Okay, I'm good.
Greetings.
Hi. Holy shit.
Sarah White. Friend of the Poe Museum, a subtle lyricist with a haunting voice. Homegrown folk music with a dash of country twang and just enough rock and roll bite, said the Rolling Stone, that magazine, of her 2018 album, Locked Up at Home Since Spring. How in the world has she handled it? How does any of us have handled it? Let's see what happens when we zoom into the real world of the artist at home. Sarah White, ladies and gentlemen.
Is this live?
Yes. Live direct from you.
Oh no. Okay. I don't know why it's 2:27. I thought we were okay. Hi everyone. I'm Sarah White. Thanks, Harry. Yes, I have been locked up at home and I'm a little bit crazy. This is my first time out of the bag in a while. But it's cool. I put on my dress, the same one I wore to the birthday bash last year. I'm hoping for a really good time today. My first song is the one that I sing to myself a lot lately when I'm alone here in the apartment and feeling alone. And I think we could all use a little bit of self-love these days if we're alone. This is all getting very weird. I'm going to start singing now. This is a Johnny Cash written song recorded by Ernest Tubb. And it is, again, like I said, my favorite song. So let's go. I really do love Sarah. She really does love me. And we're about as happy as a pair in love can be. One day I said to Sarah, before we run away, let me get your dad's permission. This is what he had to say. Say something nice to Sarah every day. Treat Sarah in the kindest kind of way. Don't ever leave her all alone, or when you come back she'll be gone. She hurts mighty easy, watch what you say. Say something nice to Sarah every day. Well, I'm still loving Sarah, and as the years go by, some things have made her happy, some things have made her cry. She's had her share of sorrows upon her pretty head, but she comes right back a-smiling when I do what her daddy said. Say something nice to Sarah every day. Treat Sarah in the kindest kind of way. Don't ever leave her all alone, or when you come back she'll be gone. She hurts mighty easy, watch what you say. Say something nice to Sarah every day. Say something nice to Sarah every day. Okay, I imagine that I'm blowing the speakers out. So behind the scenes, people, I will work on quieting it down. I'm having a lot of fun right here. This song is on a record from a long time ago, White Light. And I actually wrote this inside a room. It's all sounding great, actually. Okay, thank you for the affirmation. I feel like, yeah. This song is called Inside a Room. I'm trying to keep with the Poe theme of Poe at home, or the artist at home. So this is me at home. I'm not usually backed into a corner like this, but this is called Inside a Room. Here we go. You don't have to worry, I'm not feeling down. I know you got your worries and you don't want to be found. I know you don't have to worry, I'm not making a big deal. I know you're in a hurry, I know the feeling of spinning wheels, and no, so I won't be let down. So you know
side a road. And I found out loud, called it out to you. Polish off this water glass, set it shining in the sun. Looking out the table past, not sitting here with anyone you know. You're in a hurry, I won't keep you here too long. I only get the time it takes to finish out this little song. I wrote this out, called it side a road. And I found out loud, called it out to you. You don't have to worry, I'm not feeling down. I know you got your worries and you don't want to be fair. You don't have to worry, I'm not making a big deal. I know you're in a hurry, I know exactly how the feeling feels. I know, so I won't be let down. So you know I won't be let down. So you know I get what I bear. You know I'm not feeling bad. Yay! Somebody clap. I have a friend here. Thank God. You know what I miss the most is like having people to talk to. I'm good. I don't know what's happening. Okay, thank you. I am now gonna play. This book is this song is called We Have a Song. It's about a book. You'll see. I thought it was kind of arty, kind of like for literary people, like the Poe people. Here. Okay. Sometimes they tell me just play, don't talk. But I'm going to have a sip of water if that's okay. Thanks. Actually, it's boiling hot tea. Wow. Whew. So this is called We Have a Song. Thank you. Believe in a book, rely on a beach, do everything to keep within reach, including to write a song of our love, then we'll have a song. The book that I sent you, written inside, the words that I love you, written inside, but you never got it, lost in the mail, so I never said it, it went unsaid, and then things got crazy, and I was glad, 'cause I didn't need one more regret. Like the day on the beach, I was so sure I had you in reach. I was so sure I said the words, they fell in the surf. So I never told you, you never heard. You walked towards the rocks. I watched you instead, 'cause I didn't need one more regret. Is it loss or regret that makes the eyes wet? Is it better to know what you never had? I had you beside me, but you did not know that I had you. And I let you go. So believe in a book, rely on a beach, do everything to keep within reach, including to write a song of our love. Now we have a song. Now we have a song. And that's it. Yay! Now I would like to perform a Carter family song. The proclaimed pioneers of country music here in the state of Virginia. Poe Called Home. And I've been playing this one for years. So let's hope I don't screw it up. All right, it's called Longing for Old Virginia. Mid the green fields of Virginia, dear, I met you, where the roses red and white around us grew. When I held you in my arms and gently kissed you, the robin sang the sweetest song he knew. I'm longing for old Virginia, and you. Now I'm hoping so within you is longing for me too. To Virginia, just like an ivy, my heart flames ever true. And I reckon in the spring I'll bring a little ring to old Virginia and you. Though tonight I'm far from you in old Virginia, I love you as I did that day in June. And when springtime comes again to old Virginia, I'll build a little cottage just for two. I'm longing for old Virginia, and you. Now I'm hoping the soul within you is longing for me too. To Virginia, just like an ivy, my heart flames ever true. And I reckon in the spring I'll bring a little ring to old Virginia and you. And I reckon in the spring I'll bring a little ring to old Virginia and you. Woo! There we go. Put your two hands together. Let's do four. All right. Wow. I do love this old Poe Museum. They've been including me in their things for a couple of years, and I just want to stay on their good side because they're really cool. I also had some family that, and this is like way, way back in the day, kind of possibly actually did run around with little Edgar Allan Poe here in Richmond as kids.
in that old garden. But I'll talk to them about that later. Let's see what time we got. Oh, we're good. We're so good. This song here is written by Bill Monroe, pioneer of bluegrass music. And but anyway, I learned this from, I don't know if y'all know Hazel Dickens and Alice Gerard. They were pioneering women of bluegrass music in sort of the DC, Baltimore area folk scene in the 60s. Anyway, I learned this from them. That's a long way of saying that any song with a bird in it, I'm probably going to play it. And this one has a bird in it. And in fact, I just ran into a bird feeder that's hanging from the music stand that's on my dining room table that's in front of me. If you could see what's going on back here, I think you'd be pretty impressed. Maybe I'll share some pictures later. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I have a microphone with no mic in it. I've got a bird feeder. It's just accidentally there. I didn't have time to move it. I've got 2 crates. I've got a used Christmas tin of 3 flavors of popcorn, on top of which is my 2012 iMac and MacBook Pro. And then some paintings behind me. Yeah, it's like amazing what we can do these days, isn't it? Okay, now I'm going to do this song. Thank you. I needed a little bit of a sip. Okay.
I don't know where I'll go or what I'll do. It makes no difference what I do without you. Oh, I love you, my darling. I'll try and let you be. Goodbye, it's the last you'll hear of me. I found a bluebird high on a mountainside, and the little bird would sing his little song. So I'll sigh, I'll cry, I'll even want to die for the one I love is gone. And the little bird would sing his little song. So I'll sigh, I'll cry, I'll even want to die for the one I love is gone. So I'll sigh, I'll cry, I'll even want to die for the one I love is gone. Yeah. Okay, they're sending me things. I'm good to go. Okay. Just ask Harry is there. Okay. Sorry.
not supposed to talk about that, what's going on. All right, well, here's a song. Thank you for listening. This song is it's actually on my most current album, which is 2018. It's my favorite album ever. It's got versions of most of my best songs on it. Call it a greatest hits, if you will. It's on all the channels. I hope you go stream it or listen to it. This is a song I wrote about, I was living in California and I was traveling with a car full of Italians and we were lost in some little town that I named Sarah, Arizona. And I really wanted to come home. I was lonely in a car full of Italians. I don't know why. So anyway, point is, these days, boy, would I love to be out driving across Monument Valley and Mono Lake and anywhere instead of being at home. But, you know, I'm happy here, the artist at home. Here's my song called Sarah, Arizona. Hot as the night, hot as the sun. Whenever you ride, whenever you run, you put out your knives, call out your guns. Look what you found, what you done, look what you done. Color the sky, color your mind. You've been here before, remember the time we rode down the fight onto the mines, digging so deep, cutting all the lines. Sarah, Arizona, there's no place to find here on your own. Sarah, I'm trying to warn you, come on now, won't you come back home? Had a lot of road, had a lot of time. What you gonna do with all of your miles? You could turn it around, you could turn it in time, and the worst that you leave counting all the lines. Sarah, Arizona, there's no place to find you on your own. Sarah, try to warn you, come on now, won't you come back home? Sarah, Arizona, there's no place to find you on your own. Sarah, we try to warn you, come on now, won't you come back home? Okay. Why, thank you. Here's the real deal. I can't
Sarah, that was magnificent. It was
Oh,
lovely
thank
to hear.
you. I thought I might be done.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to ask. I wanted to ask you one of the typical Richmond questions. How is it that we've come this far, and I've not yet ever asked you if you're related to Thomas Willis White, who ran the Southern Literary Messenger and hired Edgar Poe to work here? You said you might be related, maybe.
Well, it's not actually to the white guy.
Oh,
Wait, we switched positions.
you did. No, are you confusing? Confused now? Both sides are good for you.
No, I know.
But
No, it's not to Thomas Willis White that I know of.
okay.
It is to It is to my great grandmother was a woman named Jane Ellis.
Oh, right, the Ellises. Okay, sure, right.
So
and then
Ellis
talked about that was across
great,
from.
great. Yada yada yada.
So your descendant was a boyhood chum of Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah,
in Linden Row.
there was
the garden.
Yeah, the garden. So those
all the internet. This is a typical Richmond conversation. Oh, you're related to who are you from?
Yeah.
That Arizona story, that is an incredible story with the Italians on a car in Monument Valley. That was their story about the Italians you working with the Italians. That was a wonderful story.
That's good. Yeah, because I love Italy. I love Italians.
They're musical. They burst into song.
Well, when I lived in Italy for a little teeny spell of a minute. And as I mentioned, I'm a bird lover.
Mm-hmm.
My dad is a bird watcher, so like if I knew half the shite that's in his brain, I would literally be a bird.
The bird. If you had a bird brain like his.
Yeah, I have a bird brain. Anyway, in Italy, the birds talk more than the birds here. That story didn't really didn't really sail. My point was when I was there, like everyone's always talking. So I was in the car. The point is lots and lots of talking, but when you don't understand, it doesn't mean anything. You can be really alone.
Right. So it's just absolutely can be really alone in the crowd, which our man Edgar Allan Poe wrote about.
Did he?
Being alone in the crowd. Oh yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of the
man in the
nature.
crowd.
That's the nature of being being like a big star.
An artist. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, but I'm alone in my house now, so I've got all my friends here.
Well, that's great. That's wonderful. Well,
Okay.
again, I want to thank you for sharing your song, your lyrics, your music, yourself with us, and thank you for supporting the museum. And I hope this time next year if we could come back for this, we'll be able to do it live and in person, because I do love hearing you.
Yes, and I love my band that got to play last year. I miss playing with them. Bunch of talented people. So.
Yes. So I mean, yes, having people is a really great thing. But
people are okay. Yeah.
Now we're going to do something completely different. We're going to go. Well, you know what the internet loves besides music videos is cats. So we're going to go to a cat video. It's not just any cat. It's a cat that belongs at the Poe Museum. Yes, they are black cats. No, I'm not able to tell them apart, but here it is. Maybe it's Pluto. We'll see.
I'm good. I'm going, right? Yeah. Okay. I couldn't tell in the end, like it seems.
Okay, after that brief excursion into felinedom, we're now going to some serious business with Dean Knight, who is not a trial himself, but he will be presenting to you a mock trial, which should be far more pulse-pounding excitement than that last video. Thank you. Thank you, Dean. Please take us right from this.
Well, I don't know. That's it's actually hard to follow up on a cat. Actually, my experience here at the Poe Museum has been that every single time I try to start a tour, every time I do an introduction, one of the cats upstages me. So, they are stars. They pretty much own the museum. Sometimes people say, "Oh, do they work here?" Right? I said, "No, they're the owners." The cats, as you may well know if you're watching this, were born here. They were born behind the shrine. I don't know why I'm pointing, because you can't see where I'm pointing. And but it's over there. Behind the shrine in the rear of the garden 8 years ago, possibly on Halloween night. That's actually possibly true. We don't know exactly when they were born. No, we weren't there for it. But judging how old they are and judging when they were found, it is actually possible they were born on Halloween night. So I'm going to go with that. Our cats are named Pluto and Edgar, and they recently posed for a 2021 calendar, which is still available for purchase. And, it's, January 16th? So if you don't already have a calendar, Edgar and Pluto, they're waiting for you to buy their calendar. So if we're ready to start, I can definitely start. Someone else is joining me here. Hello.
Oh, hi.
Oh, well, no. All right. Oh, other people are joining. So I'm going to wait a minute to see who else is coming in. All right. Oh, okay. I think I know who these folks are. Hello, everyone. I'm going to chit-chat again until 3 o'clock so that anyone who's joining at exactly 3 o'clock is not going to be disappointed. So I can talk about the cats for another minute, or maybe I could recite a poem. Lo, 'tis a gala night within the lonesome latter years. An angel throng, bewinged, bedight in veils and drowned in tears, sit in a theater to see a play of hopes and fears, while the orchestra breathes fitfully the music of the spheres. Mimes in the form of God on high mutter and mumble low, and hither and thither fly. Mere puppets they, who come and go at bidding of vast formless things that shift the scenery to and fro, flapping from out their condor wings invisible woe. That motley drama, oh be sure, it shall not be forgot, with its phantom chased forevermore by a crowd that sees it not, through a circle that ever returneth in to the self-same spot, and those... And that's about enough. Sorry. That was The Conqueror Worm. That's from Edgar Allan Poe, obviously. It was embedded in one of his stories, a story called Ligeia, but it was also published separately. And we think it may have been inspired by the Richmond theater fire, which Harry Collatz knows even more about than I do. But Edgar Allan Poe's mother, Eliza, performed in that theater just a few weeks before it burned down to the ground. And it is now 3 o'clock. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Edgar Allan Poe's and the Poe Museum's Telltale Heart Mock Trial. My name is Dean Knight. I'm the programs coordinator here at the Poe Museum. We are located in downtown Richmond, Virginia, in Shockoe Bottom. Richmond, Virginia is Edgar Allan Poe's hometown. Shockoe Bottom is Poe's home neighborhood. We don't have a building that he lived in. All of those have been destroyed over the years, taken down, etc. But we do own a building that Poe knew growing up in this neighborhood. We have the oldest residence still standing in the city of Richmond. We call it creatively the Old Stone House. It's from the 1730s or 40s. Poe visited at least once. He actually brought the Marquis de Lafayette there in 1824 when Poe was just 15 years old. He was a member of a junior honor color guard. He was escorting Lafayette around town. So we have that little connection, at least, between Poe and this house. So for the next 40, 45 minutes or so, depending a little bit on how things go, we are going to turn your computer, your camera, into a courtroom. I am becoming a defendant. The lovely lady to my left or right or whatever it is on your screen, the lady with the gavel, is Lucy Northup. Yeah, there she goes. She just can't wait to use that gavel. She's probably sitting there thinking, why doesn't he stop talking and just let me call the court to order? She's about to turn into a judge. Lucy's in charge of PR and marketing here at the Poe Museum. And the folks below me are the lawyers. Now, Natalie Draper is, I believe, going to be the defense attorney. That's still correct, Natalie, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. So, and then Adam Zimmerly, is that correct? I hope.
Zimmerly, yeah.
Zimmerly. Oh, that was not correct. Thank you for being great.
You're close.
Zimmerly. Adam Zimmerly is going to be the prosecuting attorney. I am going to be the defendant, and you, meaning every single person who is listening and watching, are going to be on the jury. So let me explain how this is going to go. Judge Lucy, or should become Judge Lucy in a minute, is going to call this court to order, and she's going to ask the defendant to take the stand. Then the defendant, which will be me, will give his testimony. Now, if you have read Edgar Allan Poe's great story, The Telltale Heart, which it is likely you have if you're watching this, then the defendant's testimony may be a bit familiar to you, which is great because you're serving on the jury, so you should be very knowledgeable about these sorts of things. The difference between you having experienced that story in the past and the way you're experiencing it now is that you are a participant. You are on the jury and you are deciding the verdict of this man. Now, you are deciding between two different possible verdicts: guilty or not guilty by reason of insanity. Now, when I do this for school groups, I sometimes kind of simplify it a little bit because it does get a little confusing. People don't always make the connection between the defendant's actions and the possible verdict. So sometimes, now I know this is a very sophisticated group watching us right now, but for school groups, sometimes I say it's kind of like the difference between crazy and not crazy. Now, of course, for this sophisticated audience, you understand it's not that simple, but you can keep something like that in mind. A guilty verdict means that the defendant is not crazy, that he's of sound mind, sound body, more or less, or whatever. He's responsible for his actions. That's the point. So if you vote not guilty by reason of insanity, then you're saying that the defendant is, in fact, crazy. He's insane and thus is not responsible for his actions. What you're not deciding is whether or not he committed a murder. All right. If you've read the story, you know he committed a murder. I'm not giving away any spoilers because if you haven't read the story, he's about to tell you all about the murder and exactly how he committed it. So that's not really what you're deciding. You're basically deciding whether this guy is responsible for his actions or not. So after the defendant's testimony, our prosecuting attorney, Ms. Draper, Mr. Zimmerly, yes, correct, sorry for the scare. Mr. Zimmerly, our prosecuting attorney, is going to cross-examine the defendant. Now, he's been given a little advance notice / warning about what he can do, what he can say, but really it's completely up to him. He can ask the defendant absolutely anything that he wants, but hopefully he keeps in mind the verdict that he wants to get out of you, the jury, which is guilty. All right. So he's going to cross-examine the defendant, and then the defense attorney, Ms. Draper, will cross-examine as well. Now, she is going for the verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity. So she's trying to show that this guy is, well, not sane. Now, at this point, again, when I have school group, I'm sure this is a very sophisticated audience and you understand everything already. But with school groups, and especially with the poor people that have to serve as defense attorney, I say something like, now, some of you may be thinking, the defense attorney's job is easy because I've read this story and this guy seems like he's a nutcase, as Ms. Draper just indicated with the classic rolling over the ear gesture, whatever that's called. Well, maybe, first of all, if you think that, maybe you should reconsider because you're supposed to be an impartial juror. But secondly, think about how the defendant might react to his defense attorney trying to portray him as crazy. He might not like that. So Ms. Draper might have the more difficult job in some ways. I'm just putting that out there. So, you know.
And don't count out your prosecutor as well. He has some good questions up his sleeve.
Right. Okay. Excellent. Well, yeah, we're all ready. Now, again, before we all fully get into character here, yeah, the testimony is, of course, Poe's great story, The Telltale Heart. But after that, who knows what could happen? And as far as I'm concerned, if people want to start, jurors want to throw some things in the chat, I think we discussed this, or if not, this can be a big surprise to everyone except for me. You can throw things in the chat if you have suggestions for the lawyers or the judge. They don't have to take them, but you can look at them. And so anyway, so after cross-examination, I'm going to be questioned by the prosecutor, then questioned by the defense attorney. After that, they are going to present closing arguments, and they are going to be doing that directly to you, the viewers, the jury. And there is I didn't give them any sort of preparation or a script for that. That's completely up to them. So I have no idea what they're going to say. But they're going to try to convince you to vote their way, either guilty or not guilty by reason of insanity. And then it's your turn, jury members. You can vote. So you're going to put your vote in the chat, and our judge is going to tally those votes, although she's also the judge, so she can basically do whatever she wants to do. And she's nodding like, yep, I have a gavel. So the judge ultimately is in charge of this, but you, the jury, have a role here. So when it's time, when the judge announces it's time to vote, go ahead and put in the chat your vote for the verdict, either guilty or not guilty by reason of insanity. And I certainly would not ever try to influence the verdict or threaten your families or anything like that. That would not be something I would do at all, ever. So anyway, at that point, Judge Lucy, her role is pretty scripted up to this point, but after she's gotten a verdict in, she can decide sentencing. Oh, and I should mention, unlike a real murder trial, because maybe a lot of you have been involved in murder trials, I don't know, maybe. A real murder trial, I think it would have to be unanimous. And I know this purely from watching Law and Order and stuff, but I think it's supposed to be unanimous. We're not going to bother with that. That might be a little too tricky. There could be 14,000 people out there watching, so that might be hard. So we're basically going to go with majority rules, and also ultimately Lucy rules. She's in charge, so yeah, she can override anything. Judge Lucy is in charge of sentencing. And she has, I'll just tell you right now, she has complete leeway to come up with any sentence that she wants. So I'm not sure if that should terrify me or maybe terrify you, or I don't know. I'm intrigued to hear what she comes up with. So that is basically how it's going to go. First of all, let me ask my three panel members if they have any questions or observations or input. Judge Lucy, do you have any questions or observations or input?
One thing I will say, I've already noticed a question, but I will be reading all of your votes on both channels. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook or whatever else we're streaming on, we'll see all of it. So whatever you're watching on, I will see them, and I will use it to influence my harsh ruling that I will.
Oh. It just sounds like you're a bit prejudiced already, and when she says we can see it, by the way, I don't know if I can see it, or maybe I am not doing it right, which is entirely possible. Anyway, anything else, Lucy?
That is all for me.
All right. Let's see. Prosecuting attorney Zimmerly, do you have any questions, observations, or input of any sort?
Everything sounds very logical and rational and orderly here. So, yeah, I'm ready.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Ms. Draper, do you have any questions, comments, observations, anything of that nature?
I'm good to go. I'm just glad that years in library school prepared me for this moment.
Right.
To defend you before a court of law.
All right. So I'm not sure if I have access to the public chat, which might actually be a very good thing. So that's probably good. All right. So if anyone in the jury, hold on. I got, okay. And first of all, I just saw that I do have access to the chat. Sharon Berenson, says, Dean, explain to us the concept of insanity. I am not going to do that. because, well, for a number of reasons. We can absolutely talk about that at the end, but I think if I explain the concept of insanity, that might prejudice things. So I'm going to see how that plays out during the trial. Afterwards, I would be happy to talk about that probably at longer length than anyone wants me to, because I do know something about that through for some other reason. So anyway, so yeah, I'm not going to touch that, but I have a specific reason why, and we'll see how it gets played out in the trial, and then I'll absolutely discuss it afterwards. Although, of course, in a second, I'm not going to be in charge. Our judge is going to be in charge, and our judge or the lawyers can absolutely say anything they want to on that topic. All right, very good question, though. Anything else? Well, if there's nothing else, I think Lucy's been ready to use that gavel for quite a long time. So.
All right. Order in the court. Will the defendant please take the stand?
True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous I had been, and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. One of his eyes resembled that of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so, by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. You should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. He would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Now, would a madman have been as wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye, and this I did for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight, but I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every moment, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, inquiring how he's passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed, to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door, little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me. For he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened through fear of robbers, and so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the man sprang up in bed crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still. I said nothing. For a whole hour, I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime, I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed, listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently, I heard a slight groan, and I knew that it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief, oh no, it was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with a dreadful echo of the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing in upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor. It is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he has been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain. Because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard me, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a single dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out the crevice and fell upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide, wide open. And I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And now, have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but overacuteness of the senses? Now I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet, I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray of my eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder. I say louder every moment. Did you mark me well? I've told you that I'm nervous, so I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder. Louder! I thought the heart must burst, and now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over them. I then sat upon the bed and smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length, it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, You will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. Then I took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited it all between the scantlings. I then replaced the board so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There's nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot, whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had called all. When I'd made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor in the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled. For what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long, I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached. I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently, with a heightened voice, yet the sound increased. And what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore, I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Oh, Almighty God, no, they heard. They suspected. They knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now again, hark, louder, 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 louder. Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here. It is the beating of his hideous heart.
All right. Thank you, defendant. And now the prosecution. Do you have any questions that you would like to ask our defendant?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Now, sir, do you understand the gravity of the charges against you today? That you stand accused of murdering your neighbor and trying to cover up the body?
Yes, I understand the so-called charges in this so-called courtroom, and that the people in this courtroom don't understand the prime motivating factors behind my actions. I understand perfectly well this particular arrangement. This is the way it is with fallible men and with inferior brains who set up a certain courtroom in a certain way. I understand exactly. I understand better than you, frankly.
Clearly, and thank you. So to reiterate, in addition to your testimony just moments ago, when you were arrested, you also confessed to the murder. When the police
didn't hear that.
officers were in your home, you confessed to the murder.
Well, yes, because it was so loud that I thought it was so obvious that everyone could just hear and they know what was going on. So I showed them because it's just turn, just like that. So I said, all right, everyone can hear this. I might as well get it over with and show them where it is, because if they went looking for it, those stupid policemen, it would probably take them hours just to find it when it was so obvious exactly where it was. So yes, I showed him. I don't care for the word murder. I don't care for it. But I understand why you have to use it as a lawyer in a courtroom, but I wouldn't call it that. I wouldn't call it murder at all.
I appreciate your understanding for the rules that have to govern us today, and I appreciate your candor. Now, here's another word that may be problematic. You are aware that the defense is going to argue that you were mad. Sir, do you consider yourself to be mad or insane?
I most certainly do not, and my defense attorney and I have not talked about such a situation. I'm sure that's not what's going to happen. I've made it very clear that I am not mad at all. Now, I will say, as I said earlier, my personality, the way that I am made up, I am a bit nervous. I'm a nervous person. That comes out sometimes. I'm fully aware of that. I told you that. I told the courtroom that. I'm under oath and I said that. I'm aware that I have a certain personality that is a certain way. But mad? Insane? Certainly not. Not only am I not mad or not insane, I'm more sane than most people, practically everyone, I would say, because I can see things. I can understand the underlying structures behind things. I know how this works. I just disagree with the basic concept.
And I absolutely can understand that as well. And honestly, I would like to remind the jurors that sadly, murders occur every single day. But how often do we say that the person who commits those crimes is insane? Angry, in a fit of passion perhaps, but insane? Hardly ever. Speaking of passion, this was not an impulsive act or a crime of passion. Sir, remind us, if you would, for the record, did you or did you not plan this murder carefully and deliberately?
Objection. Leading the witness.
That will be sustained.
Your Honor, I'm simply asking for the defendant to reiterate what he's already said on the stand.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, but that will be sustained. We have to strike that question from the record.
Your Honor, am I allowed to paraphrase?
I'll allow it in this court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
So to paraphrase, you spent more than a week watching your target, gaining his trust, and laying groundwork for your crime. That sounds like a lot of dedication and planning. Would someone who is out of their mind be able to maintain that focus and be so deliberate?
Okay, so I definitely object to some of the words you're using, like murder and crime. However, I certainly agree with your basic point, which is, as I understand it, that no one who is mad or insane could possibly possibly plan something like this so brilliantly and so perfectly executed. Pun intended. You're welcome. Thank you. So, yeah, I completely agree with you. I'm going to quibble with you on some of the language you chose, but I agree with you that no insane person could have done what I did.
So let's switch gears for a moment. Then we'll try to come at it from a little bit of a different angle. How would you describe the way that your neighbor behaved towards you? Was he mean? Did he ever say an unkind word to you? I believe you even stated in your confession that you loved him.
Absolutely. I loved him. I loved the old man. It had nothing to do with him. It wasn't about him at all. I had a fine relationship with him. It had nothing to do with him. It was his eye.
Well, let's talk for a moment about that evening. Since we don't have any sort of pattern of anything unkind. We'll move a little bit and talk about that evening. When you went into your neighbor's bedroom, you say that they woke up. When they woke up, why didn't you spring into action then? You had the element of surprise, and they were totally in the dark, as it were.
Well, at the time, I couldn't see his eye. It was all about the eye. And so without the eye being present, even though I mentally understood the eye was present, it didn't seem as though it was something that I could do. I needed that eye shining out and taunting me, essentially, in order to carry out my plan. And I felt justified in my actions, knowing that I was not killing a man. I was eradicating evil from the world in the form of that eye. So I needed to see that eye to carry out my plan.
I understand. So, sir, have you ever heard of a disorder called hyperacusis? No? If it
No.
Let me describe the malady. Hyperacusis is a hearing disorder that makes it hard to deal with everyday sounds. Certain sounds may seem unbearably loud to you, even though others don't even notice them. It sounds to me as though instead of madness, you might suffer from a hearing disorder, not madness. Wouldn't you agree?
I think I would, actually. That sounds absolutely right. You a hyperacuteness or something, whatever you said. Yes, I agree with that. I definitely hear things more than other people. I'm much more attuned and aware of things, including sounds and various things. So yes, I could absolutely agree with that. It's not madness. It's just the simple minds that think it's madness. And sir, I can tell that your mind's not simple. You seem to have a very sophisticated mind, and I'm glad to be having this conversation with you.
Thank you very much. It's nice to have like minds. Now, sir, do you ever indulge in alcohol or drugs to calm your senses?
No, I don't care for alcohol or drugs because they muddy the brain. I want a clear brain.
You and me both. You and me both. Well, I have one last question for you today, sir, if you will. So you consider yourself being an intelligent man, don't you? Not only did you
highly intelligent.
murder, you paid attention to every detail. You chose the timing of the crime. You made sure to leave everything as it was so that the police wouldn't suspect you. You made sure to use a tub to catch the blood. You methodically dismembered the corpse, and you even found the perfect hiding place for the body. In fact, if your neighbor hadn't screamed out during his murder, you would never have even been a suspect. So tell us, sir, could someone who was unintelligent or out of their mind have planned this so successfully?
I'm sorry, were you done? Yeah, I hardly think so. I think that really what I did, this operation really takes a refined and intelligent mind in order to plan it out and do it so calmly and professionally, if you will. And it also takes a fine, refined mind to understand what is truly happening here. You know, this is not a murder. This is not a crime. This is an eradication of evil that really I should be thanked for. This is not about it's not about killing a man. It's not that at all. I don't even like that word at all. That's not what it was about. So, but thank you for being perceptive enough to have some comprehension of my mind and what I'm trying to do for the world, for the human race, in fact.
Absolutely. And I thank you for your time this afternoon as well. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, prosecution. We will now be moving on to the defense. Defense, do you have any questions for the defendant?
Yes, I do. Sir, you testified that your roommate's eye was evil. How did you know that it was evil and not just like cataracts, which are common in those of advanced stage, such as your roommate?
Oh, it told me it was evil. It made it very clear that it was evil. And oh no, wait a minute now. It didn't talk to me. Okay, I see where you're going. No, it didn't say hello, I am an evil eye or what. No. The eye projected images to me through the air into my brain, and it showed me, it's like it was taunting me, it showed me images of buildings collapsing, cities on fire, corpses everywhere, total destruction, decay. It's like it was taunting me with the evil that it was going to do. So that's how I knew. The eye itself told me that it was evil and showed me what to do. And I had to stop it. I absolutely had to stop it. And I knew even then there would be people who wouldn't understand it, but I did it anyway.
Your Honor, can I redirect real quick?
That will be overruled for now. We're going to let the defense have their next question.
So in a sense, sir, what you're saying is that your powers of perception saved us. Is that accurate? That you were actually saving all of humanity?
Objection, Your Honor. Right. That's leading the witness.
No, she's right.
All right, you can carry on, defense.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
So tell us how you came into these powers. When you were first aware that you had this ability of sight?
Mm-hmm. Well, it was it's a gradual thing, and I believe it is ongoing. I don't think that I have reached the limits of my developing powers. So it's been fairly recent, the onset, I would say, when I first realized that I was simply more capable and more intelligent than other people. Now, I understand when I say that, people are going to say, oh, he's full of himself, he's bragging, whatever. No, not really. I mean, one person can swim better than another person. One person can run faster than another person. So all I'm saying is simply that my mental abilities have been developed to a higher degree than everyone else's. And that's simply the way that it is. I have been chosen by God to have these abilities, to develop these abilities. And again, it's ongoing. I can sense the evil now before anyone else. I'm like a superhero and a burglar alarm combined into one. I can sense the evil and I can take care of it. So, I can even see what other people are asking, like Emily Merman.
Right. So you testified that you could hear things in heaven and in hell. Did you feel that there is at times maybe a battle going on inside you between these two forces?
Oh, no. No. I am firmly on the side of good, on the side of heaven. I have been selected by God. And so, yes, in that sense, you could say I am morally superior in a sense. I don't like to put it that way, Emily. But if that's the way you have to understand it, then yes. No, there's not a war in my head. The war is between good and evil, between heaven and hell. And I am on the side of heaven. I am on the side of God. I am one of God's chosen children, and I'm fighting on his side in that war.
Now, backing up a bit, you mentioned in the beginning of your testimony a nervous state, a feeling of nervousness, a disease. You referred to a disease. Have you been diagnosed with a nervous condition?
No. I just said, all I'm saying is part of my personality is that I am nervous. Okay. I'm sort of a nervous guy. That's all. Yeah. I remember I referred to a disease, but that's because earlier, it's before my brain had developed even to the extent that it is now. Yeah. I was a little sick. So I went to the doctors, which was a big mistake. They don't know anything. The quack doctors, quack doctors. What they did, they gave me these pills. They said, here, take these. And you know what? At the time, because my brain had not yet been developed to its highest state, at the time, I said, okay, let's see what these people are talking about. I'll take these pills. So I took the pills for 2 days. You know what they did? They muddied my brain. Just like earlier when I was asked about drugs or alcohol. No, I don't do drugs.
Objection, Your Honor. None of this was in discovery.
All
There
right,
was
that
nothing
is
about the defendant's medical history in the discovery.
that is sustained. We're going to strike that last comment from the record. You may continue your answer, defendant, if you'd like.
I think I've summed it up beautifully.
One last question. These men who came to investigate after the disturbance that you experienced, were they men in the theater? Were they actors?
No, they were policemen. They were just stupid policemen.
Because you describe a performance that evening on their part worthy of an Oscar. How was it that the heart was beating so loudly and yet they made it seem as though only you could hear it? Could it be that you imagined the noise? Could it be in your head entirely?
So at the time, I see where you're going with this, but at the time, I didn't think they were acting. I thought that anyone anyone could hear it, so that I didn't know why they were so calm, but it was just so loud. I thought that even these stupid policemen could hear it. So I said, "All right, here, I'll show you where it is." So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you're onto something. Maybe they were actors. That's interesting. Thought of that. Maybe they weren't policemen. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Interesting.
Do you often experience these sort of paranoid feelings?
You're the one who gave me the idea. It's a good idea. Maybe you're not so bad after all. Maybe I should consult you once in a while to this is an interesting idea. You know, maybe you're an actor.
Exactly. I'm here to help. Here to help.
Okay.
Could it be that, as you described, some trouble sleeping, that you're experiencing some maybe sleep deprivation?
Well, no, the only sleep deprivation I had was planning this extermination of evil. It's because I was thinking about it all the time, and so it's that's understandable, I would say. I had to rid the world of evil. So once again, you're welcome.
You say that you weren't consuming any substances at all.
No.
The toxicology report would beg to differ.
What?
Mm-hmm. Those plaques that you spoke of.
Your Honor, again, none of the medical history was in any of the discovery.
How can I enter this into discovery?
So there was literally nothing about the medical history that we were given as the prosecution. Your Honor, that's just not fair in a court of law.
Yeah,
Yes, I will have to agree. So we're gonna sustain that. We're gonna strike that last comment out of the record for our court stenographer to just take that right out and continue questioning without that last comment.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you very much, defense. Now we're going to move back to the prosecution. If you have a brief closing argument, you may say it now.
I do. Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the issue that you have before you today is not one of guilt or innocence. We know that the defendant is guilty. By his own admission to both the arresting officers and his statements made here in this court, he is guilty. The question then is whether or not he committed this horrific murder of an old man, his neighbor, who had never done him any harm, whether or not he knew what he was doing when he committed this murder in cold blood. And we've heard him say it. He knew what he was doing. He planned this murder. He lay awake at night for days, plotting how he would kill his neighbor, how he would dispose of the body. Every single act was premeditated. Does this sound like the impulsive kill of a madman? It does not. This murder, because let's call it what it is, this is not manslaughter, this is outright cold-blooded murder, was planned with precision down to the smallest detail. Our defendant suffers from nothing more than, at worst, a hearing disorder and a guilty conscience. He was aware of his actions just as he is aware of the actions before him today. He intentionally chose to murder his neighbor. He was not driven to it by some eye or beating heart. Do not get sucked in by the defense's argument that the eye drove our defendant to murder his neighbor. Remember that at the beginning of the defendant's testimony, they even stated, and I quote, "It is impossible for me to say how the idea first entered my brain, and object, there was none. Passion, there was none. For his gold, I had no desire." And here we come to the crux of it, ladies and gentlemen. In the defendant's own words, "I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this." Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I think it was his eye. If you were actually driven to kill someone because of a physical feature, whether you're of sound mind or not, don't you think you'd remember? Don't you think you would have certainty? I think it was his eye. This isn't some paranoid schizophrenic obsession. This is an act of desperation. Don't fall for this obvious and uncreative trick that the defense attorneys and the defendant have concocted. Remember that the defendant even stated just a moment ago, when there was a suggestion that maybe the policemen were actors, "Well, you're the one that gave me the idea." This is a serial killer's first kill. As far as we know, this is his first kill. And a few misleading statements to try to convince us that maybe there was some madness involved. But I know that you see past this. You understand that rather than hearing some heartbeat, the defendant heard his own guilt knocking. And when he couldn't bear that guilt, the weight of his crime on his conscience, he confessed. So to find him guilty by reason of insanity would be a greater injustice than we've already seen here. A warm, friendly, gentle old man who had never been anything but kind to our defendant was brutally murdered in his bed in the middle of the night. I implore you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for the sake of our community's safety and to honor the memory of the poor victim of this heinous and intentional act, to give him justice, find this man guilty. That's all, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, prosecution. We will now move to the last part with the defense and your closing argument. You may start now, defense.
Thank you. My client claims that madmen know nothing, but perhaps it is that madmen think they know everything. My client knows so much that he hears voices others cannot hear and sees things that others cannot see. He hears beating hearts where there are none and detects evil in innocuous organs and frail old men. He thinks he possesses special powers. He even claims to hear things in heaven and in hell. I mean, come on. Is it that we are not as clever as him, or is it that we are sane and he is not? The prosecution's case is based on flattering my client, an ill man, into agreeing with their estimation of his mental state, his inflated sense of self. Clearly, my client is not in his right mind when the mere glimpse of a vulture's eye can cause a murderous rage spiral. He can't even comprehend that what he has done is a crime. He believes he's saving humanity from evil. My client speaks of night terrors, which caused sleep deprivation and extreme paranoia, as we know. Combine that with his diagnosed illness, drug abuse, and you have a recipe for insanity. This is what drove him to do what he did. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this man could not distinguish fantasy from reality. He could not control these urges. He is then, by definition, legally insane and should be in the care of a physician. Find him not guilty by reason of insanity. I rest my case.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We're moving on to the last part where the jury now decides the verdict. So now it's up to you, everyone who is watching. You are the jury. You have been selected for jury duty right now. So whatever you're watching it on, start answering what you think. So basically, you have two options. One is guilty. He did it because he was sane and he is guilty. Or two, he is not guilty by reason of insanity. Thank you, prosecution, for your little addition right there. But just to clarify, we already know that he did kill someone. He confessed to it himself in his very lovely interrogation at the very beginning. So we're not trying to decide whether or not he is guilty or not guilty of actually murdering. We know he murdered the person, but we're trying to see if he's guilty because he's sane. Defendant, I'm going to ask you to not bring your own opinions into this. We're trying to see if he is sane or insane, and that will decide whether he's guilty or not guilty. Thank you very much. We will be tallying some votes now. Like I said, put them in the comment right now, and we will be looking at them. Whatever you're on, if you're on YouTube, if you're on Facebook, whatever you're watching on, we will see those. So keep them coming. We'll be doing it for a minute or two more. Yeah, let's keep them coming. Yes, this is all very helpful, jury. Like I said, you are, if you're watching, you are a part of the jury. And it is your duty as a citizen to be in jury duty. So I hope you do enjoy your jury duty. It is, say, one of the more fun juries that you can be a part of. Like I said,
it's not fun.
Defense, you want to speak up? What did you just say, Mr. Defendant?
I said, this is my life at stake. It's not fun.
Well, I sure am having a lot of fun. So.
Oh.
I love being a judge.
Your Honor, can you call the bailiffs?
Yeah, I got the bailiff right behind me right there. So he's
yeah,
a little sleepy.
Okay. I'll be quiet.
All right. So let's keep the voting in for about a minute or two more, and then I will hand down my punishment. Thank you, sir. All right, 1 or 2 more minutes. We're just making sure everyone's vote is heard. Very important. All right, this is your last chance to vote, if you'd like to vote. This is actually very close. So like we said in the beginning, it is not unanimous because everyone has their own opinion. But I will be deferring to your judgment, even though I have ultimate power. This is a jury of your peers.
My extreme mental powers tell me that Rico Suave is not a real name.
All right, defendant, I'm going to ask you to behave, or we're going to have to put you in some cuffs and chains. All right.
Well, it wouldn't be so bad.
All right. The voting is now done. It is actually very close, but let's see here. My very important.
Your Honor, you have one last vote that just came in. It looks like as well.
Oh, I see, and that was in support of yours. I see.
Yeah, that's a comment on mine.
I simply happened to notice that it was there on the screen.
Of course. Well, thank you for your help.
Maybe biasing the jury a bit.
Doing my due diligence.
All right, so I'm now going to hand down my decision. It was a very, very close call, actually. But the jury does find the defendant not guilty due to reason of insanity.
What? No.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to behave, or else we're going to get the bailiff down here. Now we're going to move on to the sentencing, okay? So, since you are not guilty because of insanity, I have decided to send you to live out the rest of your natural life at the Virginia State Insane Asylum. But because, please behave now, because your brain is of such curious, it's a curiosity really because of the psychological interest that we have in your brain. We will be donating your body to science after you die, and it looks like right here, scientists will attempt to put your brain inside of a black cat to reanimate it. So you might have a second life as a cat. So I do hope you enjoy, and my decision is final.
But that's just all right. Well, thank you, everyone. First of all, thank you, of course, to Lucy, Adam, and Natalie for joining me on this. And thank you, everyone, and thank you, Sharon, and everyone commenting. Thank you to all the jury members who joined us. It looks like it's just about 4 o'clock, so we're just about out of time. But any questions from anyone, from any of us? Thanks, Barbara Tuttle, Debbie's mom. Thanks for joining. Yeah, Dean, I so enjoy. Claire refers to my poetry readings on Halloween night. Yeah, I stayed up all night on Halloween here at the Poe Museum doing readings of various poems and stories. I stayed up all night on Halloween. So that was a lot of fun. Will you live at the Poe Museum like Edgar and Pluto? I already live at the Poe Museum.
Thank you, Callie. If nothing else, thanks for the opportunity to do this. It proved that going into librarianship is my career much more than, say, being a prosecutor. I fully thought that he was crazy, so having to argue hard that he wasn't, that was a challenge.
I think this was the second time.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I picked the wrong career. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you did both of you did a great job. Yeah, so thanks again for that. Thank you, Richard, and thanks everyone who's commenting. Thank you, Kayla. Glad you enjoyed it. You're welcome, Melissa. Yeah, I guess I'll just throw out real quick that I definitely think he's insane. And one of my other jobs is portraying insane people at the Medical College of Virginia. So for medical and nursing students. So one reason why I really appreciate Poe's genius is that he was able, before modern psychiatry exists, he was able to really get into the minds of people suffering from severe mental illnesses like psychosis, which I think is this character's problem. I believe he's suffering from a psychotic break. Maybe he's chronically paranoid psychotic, or maybe this is one break in an otherwise relatively normal life. I'm not sure. Anyway, it's just after 4 o'clock, so I think we're about out of time. And yes, this is your cue, tech support. I think we're ready to say goodbye. And again, thank you all. I mean, there's Harry.
Dean, I think of the cranberry. It's in your head. It's in your head. Zombie. Right. So I don't think Poe did zombies. Wonderful, wonderful adaptation of this particular and peculiar story. Thank you all very much.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome. Thank you, Harry, and everyone else.
Now they're still doing the trial.
All right. Now, as has been previously noted in our broadcast, Edgar Allan Poe was the son of actors, and he was quite proud of that fact. And here we are at the Poe Museum with a staff that is, well, how shall we say, quite enthusiastic about their subject. And so now we present to you the Poe Museum players in their own presentation of their appreciation of Edgar Allan.
does the quarantine have you feeling trapped? Are you feeling stuck at home? Is it all beginning to drive you mad? No! Well, just pack up the kids and head to sunny Richmond, Virginia. You'll make new friends and enjoy the exotic wildlife. While you're here, don't forget to visit the Poe Museum, the world's finest collection of Edgar Allan Poe artifacts and memorabilia. We're about to celebrate our centennial year in 2022 by showing off several amazing newly acquired artifacts and by hosting some inspiring events. So mark your calendars and book your tickets. Until then, check poemuseum.org for all the latest Poe Museum news and updates. People are dying to come.
Oh, that was wonderful. Oh, yes, you too can come to the Poe Museum when you're able to, and you will be welcomed, and you'll get the tour of this fantastic place, which is full of clues, much like an Edgar Allan Poe story. I want to do some housekeeping here. I want to, first of all, thank everyone who participated in today's events. I want to remind you, too, that if you got here late or if you've said, oh, I forgot it was today, you can go to the YouTube or the Facebook channel of the museum and rewatch the entire show. And it'll be there. You can leave it on, and you'll be satisfied that you got your taste of Poe today. So I want to just do some reminders here. Monday, January 18th, is Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service. The museum is proud to be working with In Richmond Foundation and Hands on RVA for a service project and helping to restore the African American cemeteries at East End and Evergreen cemeteries here in Richmond. And what Poe fan doesn't really enjoy a lovely cemetery, or making them even more so? Tuesday, January 19th. This is important. Get out your pen and paper or whatever utensil you use, your quill pen. Fire up the TiVo. Does anybody have a TiVo anymore? At 7 p.m., we're celebrating with a Toast to Poe live, absolutely alive, on the museum's Facebook and YouTube feed. So wherever you are on the inner tubes and you're like looking at us now here, you'll be looking at the Poe Toast at 7 on Tuesday, the 19th of January. This event is in partnership with the Triple Crossing Brewery for a beer tasting and a reading of, wait for it, The Mask of the Red Death. Buy your Poe Museum pack of beer from Triple Crossing and have it delivered right to your home, to your door, just in time for the tasting. A portion of the proceeds from the beer sales benefit the Poe Museum. Now, if you're not a beer drinker, join us anyway for the potion of your notion. Now, as Dean mentioned earlier, something to put on your calendar for not this year, but the next year. The museum has been a part of the Richmond landscape and history since April 1922. So count it up for me. Next year, the Poe Museum itself will be celebrating a solid 100 years. Watch for details and information about the big celebration starting at the end of 2021. Now, to that point, I want to share with you this last quotation. I started the proceedings with a quotation from Let Me Lie, as it spills out of my hand, of James Branch Cabell, another Richmond novelist, author, fabulist who lived here all his life. He wrote 52 books, but he also wrote, including this sort of memoir survey of history in which he visits Edgar Allan Poe and his connection to the city, and also mentions the Poe Shrine. And I'm just going to lay this on you. This is James Branch Cabell speaking to us from 1947. Poe, let it be repeated, left a city whose culture and whose social life as a whole were dominated by its leading tobacconists and commission merchants rather than starve in Richmond. Throughout Poe's life, Richmond quite steadfastly declined to accept as a desirable citizen the supreme, if not indeed the only, literary genius then alive in the United States. Here, surely, is conduct upon the part of Richmond which calls for reprehension. And so, even in Richmond, we who can enjoy nowadays the products of Poe's genius without being concerned with his personality, do reprehend Richmond. We dwell with an appropriate scorn upon the smug Pharisaic obtuseness of the bourgeoisie, which we are but too liable to miscall of his ilk, in regretting that a city which had exiled Poe could not boast of a Washington Irving or a William Cullen Bryant. We remark feelingly upon Virginia's customary neglect of genius until the form of a tombstone. And in contrite Richmond, we have gone so far as to erect, but not to support afterward, an Edgar Allan Poe shrine as a just symbol of our civic remorse. Well, there you go. So it's up to you to support the Edgar Allan Poe Museum and to come here and enjoy and explore. There's always something to see. There's programming and all sorts of welcoming events to take a part of. I'm Harry Kolatz Jr., by the way. Self-aggrandizing plug, Carlisle Montgomery, in which Poe makes a special guest appearance, as well as Israfel, the angel of creation and destruction, harrykolatz.com, and also, I'll even sign it for you if you message me. All right, this is the Poe Museum. We are concluding this program celebrating the 212th nativity anniversary of one Edgar Allan Poe. Thank you, and see you in person, we hope, soon.
I admit the terrible place near here is the beating of his hideous heart.